YouTube again, and we will load not big city. Economics are hard is the one. Okay, so we're gonna be picking up where we left off with City Skylines 2. For those who missed out the first couple streams we've done, this is our third stream. All right, we'll try that again. City Skylines 2 said no. That would be a way to force my hand to doing something else. Well, that's my first crash since the update. Like, it didn't blue screen, obviously, or anything else like that. The game just went, nope, I'm out. Bye. Deuces. Alright, so we'll try this again. So what I was going to say is we're picking up where we left off with City Skylines 2. Where we're on the third stream for that, which we had no problems the first two streams. And this has all been with the Economy 2.0 update. And I've been very happy with the Economy 2.0 update. So economics are hard. Load the map. And if it crashes again, we'll just go never mind. Because I am not in the mood to troubleshoot. I got enough other stuff that I got to be focusing. Okay, we're good to go this time. It was just making us sweat a little bit. Yeah, so we've got our city that we've got built so far, which the name of the city is Economics Are Hard. And if we go and see what we've got set up here, this is the main track that took our stuff into the city. And we've got this main highway that goes down here, which you'll probably notice has like all these lovely trees we put along it and made all lovely. It doesn't look like much right now because of all of the snow. But we have the main drag that goes through the middle of town, cuts over here through the more dense part of town, and then somewhere over here, yeah, over here, there's another way out to the highway. It's not a well-designed city so far as the traffic considerations. We're moving in like an education location down here. But if we look at our districts here, we've got basically some low-density residential, our industrial and all those services over there is that low density over here, medium density there. A mix of low, medium, and high density in this section. And then this is mostly... Honestly, this is mostly schools and some low density in here as well. So we've been going pretty good on getting our city all set up. I will say, for those who haven't done the Economy 2.0 update yet, it is hard compared to the old game. It feels a lot more like City Skylines 1 felt when you first started playing it, where you could very easily make mistakes with your services and just really, really struggle to stay afloat. That you could very, very easily expand outside what your budget could support. And so if we check with our people here, our people are generally happy. There's a little bit of unhappiness for small homes and high noise pollution. And they really absolutely despise the fact that my taxes are completely outrageous. We definitely tax our people extremely aggressively. But as a reward, they get reliable mail service, they're in walking distance of elementary schools. The overall wealth is fairly high in our area, because we do have a very good education system and we do a lot to support making like the business situation better. We've got good entertainment and healthcare. There's an abundance of leisure time. We have reliable internet service, which is very rare in the real world. But the cost is your taxes are going to bloody up your nose. But with being high income, that's okay. You can afford those taxes. But that said, we have just recently expanded to building a tech university down here. Which we still have plenty of room left in. And we've been building more and more parking garages just because we keep hitting capacity. But yeah, so right now the things we're working on trying to do is we are slowly expanding to try and get our stuff figured out. If we look at our stats here, as I try and remember where they are, that's not where they are. If we look at our financial stats and our production, we're mostly in a surplus and everything. We're exporting very heavily in most areas. That's good. That means we're producing goods and then selling them out. The exceptions being we apparently are not making enough convenience food, which, okay, sure. We have a very slight deficit for people who are programmers. And then when it comes to cotton, ore, and coal, we're at a slight deficit. The challenge is, for fixing that, if I didn't want a deficit, I've got to find ore, which is that blue everywhere. And I'm going to need probably one for the coal and one for the other. And the issue is they're nowhere nearby. Jagged Alliance 3. I have not played any of the Jagged Alliance games. And the issue we also run into is you might remember being able to, like, buy all these grids. You can still do that, but there's a difference now. One of the economy update changes is that tile now has an upkeep cost of almost 11,000, and it changes based on, like, what tiles you're grabbing or whatever. Whereas it used to be you bought them and they were just yours. So that upkeep cost really does change the dynamic of the game, where you don't want to just... Because it used to be one of the strategies is you just sprawl really fast and take over a lot of space and just grow your population extremely fast. And now that will 100% collapse your economy. So, okay, that's definitely thunder. It also looks like there's a bunch of car accidents. So we are dealing with traffic problems going on now. Some of the things we've done to start alleviating that is, if we look, we do have a train line that goes along here, and we do have 3 subway lines. We've got one subway line that goes from our train station to, like, kind of our main hub, and then our university to their main hub, and then the other one cuts across the entire middle. So if we were to peek at... Yeah, so you can see, like, I've got my subway that goes over to our main hub over here. You've got the one that goes from the railroad track over here. And then we've got the one that kind of serves, like, the industrial area and the various neighborhoods. The issue I have is, for some reason, despite the fact that I charge a minimum of $50 per cab, these people love their taxis, and it is killing my roadways. I want to make mandatory carpool lanes and say, get the heck off my roads with your 1 or 2 people cars. But we're not going at that. So the first thing we got to figure out is what the heck my next play is. We are finding there's demand for all forms of residential as well as a little bit for commercial. And the way I've been tackling that so far is going into our medium density neighborhoods every time it happens and say, okay, you're now mixed zoning. And by switching over to mixed zoning, that gives me the ability to have stuff closer together and more compact, so that your commercial and your residential are in the same place. And that really does help reduce some of the commutes. But right now we're dealing with some gridlock here because this is not a good expressway. And that's one of the things I probably should be working on. It also doesn't help that we've got all of these resources right here that where the highway was going would bisect that. So I probably want to curve that highway to go around it. You know, and the mound doesn't help here. I've also wanted to dam up this river over here, because that's the water sources. I should be able to dam that up and that'll work. The short term of that, though, is it'll stop all my water production, because my rivers will go dry once they cut off the water supply until the reservoir fills up, which will take a while. Hey, Zorlot, how's it going? It's going pretty good. So let's go through and check our stuff. Our power, we're producing plenty over. Our water, we are producing plenty over. Our medical, we actually have... Okay, our crematorium is apparently not able to keep pace anymore. That's deeply concerning. Which is weird, considering there's no bodies here. Can we expand the number of hearses easily? What is this area? Is this just an open area? I think that's just an open area. Okay. Yeah, because apparently we've got too many people dying. Probably getting to the old age point that even though the crematorium has plenty of capacity for processing the dead, we aren't getting the dead to the crematorium in a meaningful time. Our hospital, on the other hand, which should be around here somewhere, that I do not remember all of a sudden, because it's been like a week since I've last played. We have a hospital. There's the hospital. The hospital around here is in pretty good shape. So we could do the helipad, and that'll help. So let us airlift people over. I've got money out the wazoo right now. We can add a specialized wing, which will help with the overall health of people nearby. And we can add more specialized stuff, so less fatalities. We just fully upgrade our hospital. Checking our budget, we still have a ridiculous surplus. And a big part of that is just the sheer amount of money. Where is all my money from my service fees coming from? It's education, I believe. Yeah, education, we're getting $1.7 million worth of service fees. Now, granted, it's costing me $3 million, so it's not profitable. But it is boosting the education of my entire town, which is reducing my pollution, reducing my crime, increasing my overall wages in the city, and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely eating up the money on one side, but I'm getting way more back from it on the other. We gotta get that traffic sorted. That traffic is just killing us. Now, part of some of the problems and why my traffic is bad is this gap between these roads is not far enough. So they're backing up onto each other too easily. The roundabouts are neither here nor there. And then just having like a highway entrance that takes stuff directly to the industrial area and a separate one that goes to the residential area would help tremendously as well. Basically, trying to get everyone off of this bottlenecking road here. And then you can see we've got another bottleneck right around here feeding into the high-density area of our town. Which all of this is poorly planned. Like, this area over here is poorly planned. I forgot what the medium-density buildings were like in this game. Alright. But what we could potentially do is start pushing for, like, a greenfield expansion to start growing in another place so that I can then free up this area for that. Now, we could break off of this road. So right now we have this three-way highway junction. We can make it into a four-way highway junction. And that'd be one option, because then I have all of this area to play with. And that'd potentially be a bit more useful. Because then again, I could clean up some of this highway out here and do more with that. What would it take? Like how... Oh, do we have that unlocked yet? The really nice junctions? No. I think those intersections are where the good junctions are, but that's okay. We can make it manually, they're just a bit of a pain. Now granted, we've got, like, the sort of not quite move it tool. Okay, so it's turning green, so this will start looking nicer. But yeah, as you can see, we've got kind of this nice frame out in our city. When we go down the main highway, we planted all these chestnut trees along the whole length of it. So you get like this kind of aesthetic around the major highway going in and out, and we've duplicated that into some of the neighborhoods and all that. It really is a nice aesthetic. It kind of fell apart with some of these because my roads, I didn't put enough careful planning into making sure they were aligned correctly. Alright. So I gotta make some plays here. And I'm just debating where. Where is our nearest... Where is our nearest ore nodes in this direction? So there's one way out there, so that's not particularly useful.
Driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area.
Oh, I can get over here real easy.
Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna mute that radio and turn on our own music. The in-game music is nice and all, but a lot of those alerts, like that one was a perfectly fine alert, but a lot of times it'll be like, oh no, we're having rolling brownouts. You look at it like I'm producing 200%, then like I literally have multiple dozen megawatts extra power. We are definitely not experiencing rolling brownouts. Okay, so we can go down here. So I want this ore. So I believe if I buy those tiles for 75,000, we can make this happen. So my hope is that I can squeeze 2 industrial tiles here. Yes, it's going to be a bit much for one of these to cover, so I'm hoping we can do is I'll go over to this end. And put you here. We won't worry about zoning that correctly yet. And then we can go to the coal. And put you over here. And then from here, we will take... this road. I'm not gonna do a whole lot with it, anything fancy. We just have that as kind of a way to have like a bridge over. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a nice gravel road over here. Because this is what I've been doing for all of these, is we will set up gravel roads to connect our industry to wherever I need it. Because to me that feels kind of like what you'd actually see is just, you know, when you get out to these like mines out in the boonies and all that, it's not often they have like really nice, well-maintained roads. Usually it's like, okay, we have this effectively dirt road that goes to and from. Okay, so those should all be connected. Our water should all be connected. Don't know why that's not going over. Really do a weird switcheroo there. Yeah, that should all be fine. We've got the power going through there. I'll have to look at that in a minute. Oh, we're still paused. Okay. So we can go here real fast, and we can resize this thing. So now is where I want to go, and I want to actually get as much coverage of the ore as possible. Within a certain round, you know, a certain amount of reason. You gotta keep in mind, I am building both the coal and the ore on here. Which part of the reason I went for is like, oh, I could get kind of... It's a big enough node that one of them couldn't really cover it well. Yeah, so we'll... Yeah, I'll probably leave that one at that for right now. Then go down here and do the same thing for you. What that's saying is, like, I want you to use this entire area for mining. Okay. And then putting areas where we don't have ore doesn't really do a lot of good for us. Okay, so we can go back to this one. We could just expand a little bit more around here. So we got a little teeny tiny spot in the corner I wasn't quite able to reach, but that's okay. Alright, so that should alleviate a lot of our industrial want. And the added bonus is now if we look at our finances and production, we should have a surplus on literally everything that isn't cotton. So we are exporting material goods of all sorts of stuff. We have literally everything but beverages we're now exporting. Beverages we're apparently importing about 2 tons a month. And then we have the teeniest, tiniest deficit in some of our office products. So that'll be good. And then the added bonus is because this is all over here, it's going to go directly onto the highway without interacting with any of the rest of the city. The downside being is the poor people who have to commute out there are going to be having a rough time of it. It is just way the heck out there. Okay, so let's take a look at our job situation. So we have about a 12% unemployment. It's not from a lack of jobs, and it's going down. It's likely due to a lack of training education kind of thing. That we're starting to get some jobs that are higher income jobs that we just don't have people who are trained, like who are high enough level of education, like engineering jobs. They don't have the certifications, whatever you want to say, to work those jobs. Meanwhile, let's take a look. Are you full? I find this fascinating that I just keep building parking garages here and just see how long this keeps going. Basically, every single time I put a parking garage and it fills up, I'm just building another parking garage. It's just how I'm approaching it. Man, and our institution is, our technical institution is about to hit capacity. So yeah, we'll make room for more students, I guess. So that's going really well for us. Like, we made this has been our... Oh, right! We were saving up money for one of our administration buildings. That's right. Can chat name the roads? I kind of don't want to go through that effort. Just because it takes a while. I've done that in the past. Not with, say, Skylines 2, with, say, Skylines 1. But it ends up being just one of those things of, like, you know, doing the constant pull and all that. Part of the reason I did that with, say, Skylines 1 is there's an achievement for naming enough roads. It's some ridiculous amount, like 1,000 roads or whatever. It takes forever. I kind of just don't want to go through it. Not at the moment. I can see doing it another time, but... And that's already filling up. Hey, Duck, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, so part of the reason I am putting all of these here is that has a subway entrance, so they're not reasonably going to be able to walk any other way or whatever. So this does have the benefit of the parking is serving the campus here, and then it gives you a direct line to the subway. So I am, like, taking my people from the entrance from the highway, getting them to park immediately, and then take the subway to get public transportation. And the idea is I'm trying to get as many cars off my roads as possible to reduce traffic. Because there's only so much you can do about traffic otherwise. Alright. And meanwhile, profit-wise, we're still making almost $1 million. Where was the admin building? It was under here. Right, I was going to build a central bank. It was 2.4 million. Right. Well, it's kind of a bummer I spent that money, but you know. Okay, so we still need more elementary school capacity, which is in a lot of ways very mind-boggling to me. Because if we look at the size of our cities, and we look at the sheer number of elementary schools, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 elementary schools. There is literally, oh wait, I'm sorry, 8 elementary schools. We've got an elementary school like every other block. So it surprises me, and we've upgraded them all to maximize their capacity. Now, granted, these are skyscrapers, so sure. But that's still 1,500 students. So it's been a struggle on just how many schools I have to build. Alright. Yeah, every elementary school is at capacity. I gotta find room for another elementary school. It just keeps happening. And the middle part of town is getting pretty dense. Maybe I'll put it down here. Because I didn't like the houses right here kind of weirdly on their own anyways. So, sorry. And we'll just immediately expand it. And we'll add a playground. Let's see, you don't have to say Skylines 2 because it costs like $50, and even if you buy it, you hover over the icon on your computer, it'll probably become the heat of the sun. Oh, you just don't have a computer that could like handle it or whatever. Yeah. That as well as the pain thing is when new games come out and you're just, your hardware's just not up for it. Alright, so how goes the parking over here? So it's still not full, but we'll get there, don't worry. And it looks like the traffic jam downtown is cleared up some. A big thing that causes a lot of this traffic to clear up is you get like one thing that triggers a bottleneck in your traffic and it just cascades, and then you end up making a change that just deviates stuff, and then you kind of have the simulation of like ping pong back and forth until it kind of finds that equilibrium. So it can be pretty rough. We've got commercial coming into here. This is the area of the city I need to make another way in and out of, and I'm trying to not just send like another highway out this way, because ultimately, then they'll end up using that for through traffic, and that's not going to help my cause very much. The big thing is we're gonna have to do more with our different options for transportation. Like, I could see involving maybe trams or something to try and get people around. Like for this area, we've got a subway entrance here somewhere. Somewhere right along the dense part of town. I'm just trying to figure out where it was. There's the park. There it is. Yeah, so we've got our subway entrance here. I could see doing something like having a tram that goes not all the way out here, but goes along this route here to take people to that subway entrance, to then have them hop the subway entrance, and again, that could get them to most of the places. The only place we probably... Like, this work area, like these work areas out, the satellite ones, maybe getting a subway out that far would potentially help. I don't know. We'll see about that. Okay, so let's check. Now we've had a chance for that elementary school to settle in. Ah, good. We built that elementary school. It's maxed out in capacity, and I still need an elementary school. So I need another elementary school. My God, there's so many students here. That could also be another thing, is by spreading out the elementary schools and like various other things that the people need to go to, that can help a little bit in reducing the number of people going to those locations. Like, honestly, this wouldn't be a bad one to put down here. How many people do we have here? We have a population here of 18,000. Of which 4,000 are children. You know what? That justifies a second elementary school right there. That means this one district has enough to handle about 2.5 elementary schools worth of students. Yeah, sure. You can have a second elementary school. We'll build it right next to the other one, and that way you can have like a friendly rivalry between them. Where they will always argue about whose school is better. I didn't place that right, so I hate to break it to you, but we're gonna go ahead and move that over one more, and another house is gonna disappear. I literally didn't move it. Okay. And expand it. And a playground. Alright, so we've got yet another elementary school going in. So we're finally able to handle our capacity of students. Our college is on its very edge of what it can handle. It can only, it's less than 10% from capacity. And I very strongly believe in putting all the education you can into the game, because it is one of those things that the higher educated your people are, the higher wealth jobs they can get, and it just, high school's about to break, by the way. So you see how it's in the light green to the dark green? So we're at getting close to about 2,000 high school students. We actually have a capacity of 2,400. So it doesn't actually break until we hit the edge of the orange line. That's when we no longer have capacity. Now, that does unfortunately mean you end up having a couple of students who have long commutes and that kind of stuff because they have to go to the school across town or whatever, which is certainly not good. But the college would definitely be my next big concern. And as you can see here, how this is paying off is we've been adding more schools and all that. And what was that achievement I just got? Was it build a city with what? Okay, my achievements. Build a city with at least 20% of the population has a university-level education. Dang. 20% is actually a pretty high level for people to have, bachelor's degree or higher. You played City Skylines and put an elementary school between a factory and a high-security prison. Yeah, people do that. In the game. And also, in real life, you sometimes end up with those weird things. I remember it was a whole thing that we had an elementary school across from, a paintball course for a while in the town I grew up in. And that became a point of discussion on more than one occasion. Yep, and everyone is trying to get into town to get that sweet, sweet parking spot. That's literally all the cars lining up to try and get parking. Let's go ahead and hear me out. We're gonna need a parking spot. So the issue is it looks like they're checking each and every individual garage, trying to find the one that has available parking. So another thing that could help with this, can I actually fit a roundabout here? No. The subway's too close. Because that would help a little bit. The other thing that would help is if you notice how many people are walking to the college campus. This might actually be that rare case where it's worth my time to put a crosswalk just in the middle here and get rid of the one at the intersection. That way these cars can get onto this road really quick. People can cross over if they need to get to the college right at the front entrance of the college. So it'll be one place that they're all going to cross here. And then the people who want to cross over to this side, they'll go all the way over there, which is out of the main impedance of this traffic, because there's just City Hall over there, and there's just not, quantity-wise, nearly as many people going to City Hall as all of these parking garages and the university. Yep, so another parking garage is full. Hi.
I had to kiss you.
Nyah.
Because you're cute.
I was just checking the time. I wasn't accusing. It's not that late yet. Let's see, the place you live is between two graveyards. You go left 100 meters, you go 100, 200 meters, a graveyard. Perfect place for a house. I mean, yeah. Can you make it over past the pedestrians? I could, but the issue I have right now is I've got the subway right here. I could make a crossover walk on this side, but I don't really have much space to fit it around here. I would need to reroute some of this stuff around, which is not necessarily a big problem. That's part of the stuff that I didn't plan out when I did the city early on, was the room for like pedestrian overpasses and that. So we are pretty bunched up. If I moved the subway out of the way, then I'd have room to do it, but yeah. So the smog is unbearable. We love your new location, grand openings, hashtag staffing. I wish those tweet things here, I wish we could do stuff to... I don't think we can. I wish we could just adjust those. Nah. I wish we could adjust what shows up here, so like... You know, some of these like generic ones, you could just be like, get this out of my sight. Like, exactly, plenty of free time, get this out of here. I understand it's giving me a thing, but there's so much noise going through that, and I'd rather it just be like, yo, unemployment is super high, like as a trigger at like 20% unemployment or something like that, versus this popping up constantly is pretty annoying. That's one of the things that I wish we had a notification thing, kind of like RimWorld and other games, and be like, hey, you got this thing that's really out of kilter. Not necessarily like go through how you fix it or whatever, just very gently be like, hey, here's a stat that's getting away from you may not have seen. But with this just constantly popping, it becomes useless because you learn to ignore it. Alright, so let's check. So you have wretched wealth, you have comfortable wealth, you have wretched wealth, you have wretched wealth, you have wretched wealth. You don't have wealth because they're not residential. You are a wealthy neighborhood. This middle drag here is straight up wealthy, made out of the money. And then Heather is comfortable. Willow is comfortable. Yeah, just straight up wealthy neighborhood. Getting the big bucks here. They're all trying to pull into a parking garage that's already full. And they're working their way over to the next one. That's fine. Cool, cool. No pedestrian access. Then why did you build there? Here, I can help you. Problem solved. Can you make a neighborhood that's absolutely horrible quality? Sure, you can, like, just ignore crime and all. And also, I don't get why they're not building here. Like, this is one that's been sitting here for a while, and I don't know why they haven't been building in this spot. I don't really have a good answer for that. But they just don't want to. But yeah, you can do stuff to, like, genuinely... What do those hearts mean? Oh man, we're getting some, like, really, really high... like, high stuff. Like, people are super happy about the city. Alright, that said, we are... Well, actually, no, there's not really high demand for residential of any kind. There is demand for commercial. Unemployment is very low. So we actually have a lot of like, we have a lot of businesses who can't find... What does the heart mean? I don't know what the heart means. Like, it's just spamming hearts, and I don't know what it means. Yeah, so traffic's getting all backed up again. Alright. Yeah, so a lot of these areas are going to have to adjust. I do think it's going to be time to do an expansion for City Center. Well, not City Center. Get an expansion out there. And I keep leaning to grabbing some of this terrain over here and going out this way. Wouldn't happen to be any... So we do... Did I really build the technical university on usable agricultural land? Because that would be perfect for, like, the cotton and all that. I think for this one, we can grab up these tiles and get that sorted. So let's go ahead and do that, because that would mean I would have a deficit in literally nothing, material-wise. So let's go ahead and choose industry over here. And it's cotton is the last one that we... The only agricultural industry we don't have present already. I don't think I can try and split this. We can just go right here, and that'll get most of it. That'll be good enough to start. So you go here, gravel road. And part of the other reason I feel comfortable doing the gravel roads for this is very genuinely these, Oh, right, that is the whole thing over there. That's fine. Very genuinely, these are very low traffic roads. So you don't really have to worry that much about, oh, is it going to be able to handle the capacity? The only time it becomes dangerous if then I were to try and connect it through where this road ends up, like, connecting some type of shipping or whatever, and then all of the other trucks suddenly trying to pile on that road to be able to take advantage of that. Okay, scooch that over there. That'll do. So with that, we should have a surplus in literally all goods. You make the roads... I don't know what you mean. Okay, so we look at this. Now when we check our budget, and we check production, we have a surplus in literally all material goods. Well, all materials. And then the material goods, we have a surplus in everything but... convenience food right now, and that changes as our, like, industry switches up. And in our office, we only have, like, finance sector. We have a minor deficit. So we're pretty close to about as self-sufficient as a city can be. I do have more areas zoned for both the offices and the commercial, which is why I find it curious that we're still struggling to get those filled. Meanwhile, let's start looking at some of our stuff. We are seeing a population decrease. And right now, that is weird that we're seeing a decrease with our birth rate over our death rate and our moved in over our moved away. That should mean we get more people coming in, but whatever. Yeah, so we've got our parks. So all of these are... Are you not going to show me what your heat map is for entertainment? Alright, where was entertainment? Leisure. Okay. So, we got a basketball court there to help with the leisure in this area. That just goes out to the industrial area, so there's no point in putting leisure over there. Oh, that's a skate park. Put an outdoor gym over there. Put one over here. Squeeze it in where that little house is there to handle that area. Basically, I'm trying to go to these areas that we've got lots of people living, but they don't have much leisure opportunity, and help them out a little bit. Because that'll lead to better land values. Oh, that's on me. We can move you one over. Alright. Basically, take a left, a right, U-turn, right, left, U-turn. Okay, you can do all that stuff if you want your city to not work well. You can make your city obnoxious and terrible and awful to live in. That's not really my goal, but I mean, that's fine. You can play these games however you want to play them. Okay, we still need to be saving money for the bigger one. Unemployment just keeps going down. We are just dealing with, like, trying to get more people in here gradually. Alright, so you're... Okay, so they're getting upset because they are still lower income households, and the fact that we keep adding extra nice things to their neighborhood is increasing their land wealth, or their land value, which is making their rent higher. And ultimately, that does mean they will ultimately not be able to afford to live there. It is what it is, like, you know, it gets into, like, gentrification and all that kind of nonsense, but with the game mechanics, it's just kind of the way it's working out, that as we're making the city nicer to live in, it is pricing people out. Alright. Still, we have no real demand for residential right now. Like, we've got all this medium density that's not being built yet. The low density is fine. We are slowly filling the commercial area. Trying to see if there's other places where we're lacking. Okay, so we don't have a mailbox serving this neighborhood, so let's get that sorted. We don't have a mailbox at the college campus. Let's put it on the side of City Hall, because that'll make it easier. Get a mailbox back here in this corner. And that one. That has a mailbox near enough, it's just not getting what it needs there. So we got a road over here. Okay. And then these ones out in the outskirts I don't really need to worry about. Okay, so we've got the mail all sorted out. Meanwhile, if we look at the fire hazard on here, we're not doing too great. And a big part of that is we've got our little teeny tiny fire station. Actually, oh, that's a helicopter place. So we probably need another nicer fire one. Is the police station on the is on the top left side of the map, and the city on the bottom right of the map? Roads are horrible and tangled spaghetti intersection. Yeah, you can make terrible cities if you want in this game. Usually, though, when you do that, they end up not being, especially after like the economy rework, they end up being not financially viable. That, like, doing so and trying to not hemorrhage money, outside if you find, like, ways to abuse money, which I haven't gone into figuring those out in this one. I do know in the original City Skylines you could do stuff like put the, you know, zigzag maze of tolls that the people who want to go to work have no choice but to to pay hundreds of dollars in tolls every day to and from work. But they don't have as many of those opportunities in this game. I'm sure people have different ways to exploit the economy to make it print money and all that. There's always those. But generally speaking, if you make those like really, really awful, horrible cities, they end up really struggling. Okay. We got the high-end housing. Okay. So it's a mixed zone house, so let's go ahead and build that right away. Oh, you're overlapping the park. Alright. No, I get it, Duck. You've made an awful place. I understand. I know you keep being like, no, you don't understand. I've made it really awful. I'm like, yeah. Generally with that, everyone ends up going to the hospital and all that, and then dying, and then you go, why is my economy terrible? Oh, right. None of my people live here long because they're drinking sewage. That helicopter took care of that real quick. I also found it amusing we had, like, no demand for everything, and then suddenly demand exploded. So that all just filled in instantly, which is why we got the building, was it counted those as, like, that many more buildings going on. So now I've got some more demand for residential. How are we doing down here? So you're getting close to full. Yeah, you gotta, you know, a real big line of cars coming in. So clearly the answer with that is more parking. Just have nothing but parking, but each parking garage gets slightly more expensive than the last. How are we doing in education? All right, all of our schools are at the edge of capacity. I'm still trying to decide, like, I do feel like this is where I want to build the next subdivisions and all that. It's just buying the number of tiles I need to buy is the hesitation. I'm also trying to save up for the stock exchange, because if we get that, it'll improve the amount of money I get paid for my imports, or sorry, for my exports, and my imports will cost me less, and it'll, you know, the loan interest will be down, but I don't really care about that. We've got things stabilized enough that outside of extreme situations that, you know, we should be fine. Yeah, the roads got all cleaned up there, because now I've got all these cars deviating for parking. Which is the goal, is just keep getting more and more cars deviating for parking as much as we possibly can. Because the more cars that are parking, the more I can scale, like, the more I get people on my subway system, the more people I get on my subway system, the easier it is to scale getting people around the map. Because very genuinely, yeah, like, this one route here has 572 passengers. And, like, the primary stop that's got everyone at it is, this stop over here. As I keep clicking on that. So if we go to this stop here, this is the primary junction where everyone goes. That we have 1,400 passengers at this junction. Okay, you can change the entryway to the city from 3-way to 4-way. Yeah, that's the plan. The genuine plan would be to go here, to take this intersection, and make it so instead of being a T, that it's a plus. And then we can put, like, city over in this area. And we should be able to, like, help with that a lot. And then I'd put, like, a subway route that goes from here. But this junction is getting pretty slammed, so let's see what we could do. Where did it go? Let's go to the... That's the one. Trying to see where we've got our bottlenecks here. Yeah, so there's not many passengers waiting on that one. We got a bunch waiting here. Yeah, so our subway system is getting hit pretty hard. That's okay, because each one of those subway cars can handle quite a bit. I mean, yeah, like we're currently moving around per month or whatever, almost 33,000 people. So subway line 3 is dealing with high traffic. Let's bump it up to give it a bit more capacity. We can eventually run into traffic jams on the subway, but that'll help. Hey, Randall Thor on your 10 stream streak. Thanks for catching the last 10 streams. Not miss it. Is subway line 2 broken? I don't believe so. Ah, I do see what you're saying though. 0 passengers. So we have that main stop there. What? Yeah, no, it's broken. Okay, no, it's not. It just weirdly got stuck for a moment.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Bentley11.
Alright, thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Bentley. Bentley, have yourself some nice advertisement previewing, as well as access to the emotes where you want them or not. So thank you again, Randall Thor, for the continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Alright, so we just became a large city. Yeah, it seemed like it was just stuck for a minute. It is sorted itself out. It got stuck for a moment. That is my lowest traffic one, because that just goes out to a passenger train and back and nothing else. So it doesn't move that many people around. Alright. So with that, we can go in here. We've got our large city. So we can unlock those intersections. Let's check what we've got going on as our options. Tourist attractions. So we could definitely go and pursue an international airport, which would be a way for people to get into and out of the city. The harbor, I don't think we have... Yeah, we don't have any meaningful access to the ocean and all that. So the harbor's probably not the play. But honestly, allowing the international airport would be a way to handle traffic in and out of the city. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I'm not gonna worry about any of this right now. If we got the radio telescope and improved the graduation rate, and let's see. And the Large Hadron Collider would give you more demand for offices. We could also get the Industrial Waste Processing Building.
What's the worst that could happen?
And the Industrial Waste Processing Building, what it does, it lets me recycle trash into literal exports. So we're taking garbage and we're recycling them into things we can then sell them. Stop being a shrimp. I'll be a shrimp if I want a shrimp. Shrimp the shrimpiest shrimp. Okay. We'll probably want to get the water eventually. The electricity is good. Alright, so the things I'm debating here is going for the Large Hadron Collider would give us a lot of money from higher income. The airport route would potentially get us a little bit more ability for people to come into the area. You know, more routes for people to get into town without being the roadways. So that gives us opportunity. And then the last one being to get that. The Grand Bridge I'm not worried about. Well, actually, you know what? Okay. So, let's see what... Because I don't remember... I don't remember how many cars this building can hold. That's what I'm trying to remember. So how many... So you can hold... Neither of those tells me how many parking spaces you provide. Oh, you can only build one anyways. That's fine. And so you can hold... How many cars? 416. So honestly, these things are... Space-wise... Yeah, space-wise, these things are about the same. And this is technically a little less cost, you know, a little bit less expensive for the equivalent of 2 of those. That's fine. So even more parking down there. And then we have our 4-way intersection. So yeah, so what this did is it gave us a bunch of options for pre-made 4-way intersections. So like you have a lot of different options you can go with. You can have ones that they have lots of through traffic, but only a little bit cross traffic. You can have the ones where it treats all of them like major highways, and all that kind of good stuff. Because this is the intersection we already have over here. Is this style the three prong? There's also a narrower 3-prong that you can do this way. This one's a far more throughput. And this is your first 4-way. Genuinely, I think we go with that one. It's a bit of a monstrosity in how big it is, but it is the highest capacity of all of them. And you do have, like, the roundabout and the central style one, which is a pretty good one as well, but the one here is usually the highest throughput, because you have basically, like, your cutoff lanes and all that. Stacked directional is pretty good. I'm not seeing which one you consider the stacked directional. Stacked interchange. Yeah, 4-level stacked interchange. Yeah, and that's also good. That one's even bigger than this one. That one is huge. But yeah, no, you get the idea here. Is you've got the main roads that go straight through. No conflict, whatever, just go straight on down. And then you have like an early exit to go one way, a later exit to go the other way, and then they both go into the merge on. Yes, that's a good one as well. This one, it's a bit more compact. So the problem you run into with this one is if you notice the clover there, that like you have a merge in lane, and then you go around, that vehicles trying to merge in and off of that can conflict a lot. Versus this one, they almost avoid, like, they don't entirely avoid it, but they really stretch out where it happens so it doesn't back up as much. We can try to fit that in. That's going to be a tough one to make happen. I could see maybe twisting this something like that-ish, and then adjusting the roads up. And then having that main road that goes to our neighborhood, well, into our city, be adjusted. They'll definitely overshoot a lot of the area, but that's fine to have it, like, go out, and then you have to come back into your area. Yeah, it's also complaining about slope too steep, which worries me. Yeah, once we build it way back there. Yeah, so it's gonna be a hard one to fit in, just because of its size. But that said, it is definitely the highest capacity highway. Like, it'd be nice to set it, like, way back here, but I don't think we pull that off without getting rid of the river, and that gets complicated. But that's okay. I'm trying to save up some quick money real fast, just to get our last government building going on, the central bank. Because the -5 import costs and +5 export costs, for all of the businesses in my city, Uh-huh. That'll make us some heckin' money. Suddenly all the businesses being able to make like 10% more money. Mm-hmm. That'll work. I'm gonna take 2 seconds with the microphone muted and eat my dinner real fast. Meanwhile, I miss... You know what? Does this game have it? No, it's photo mode. I miss from City Skylines 1, and maybe I'm just not seeing it. They had a camera where it would just like pan over your city and it would just go around. So it's like sort of a cinematic thing. I do miss that at times. Even if sometimes it wanted to go out of your way to like the middle of your industrial area, just hear what sounds like jackhammers going off. You could focus on a bus? I don't actually have buses in my cities. Like, for me, a lot of the time the buses are still keeping vehicles on the road. A lot of my focus is just trying to get people off the road as much as possible. Like, don't get me wrong, buses do have a very strong advantage in the sense, you will do. Alright, so I'll go ahead and snack at something in the meantime. So the truck we were watching ceased existing because we got a bad traffic jam right here. Which is all the cars trying to turn right here, and the amount of pedestrian traffic going through the area. So that's an interesting concern. And I might be able to improve that if we scooched the small plaza a little bit farther away and made that into a roundabout so I could squeak around there and all that. It's also possible we got rid of one of the buildings and made like a pedestrian overpass. So a bunch of them are going on this road. Where are you going? Oh, you're trying to go the subway? Oh, don't cross way back here, man. Go the other direction. It's a shorter route and you don't have to deal with this. So yeah. So we're gonna say... Yeah, so you can cross back there. So we don't need a crosswalk here. Honestly, don't cross here or there. So you can cross over that way to get to the subway if you really want to. That should help that intersection not have problems. This also helps this intersection not have problems. So that should help as well. So meanwhile, get ourselves a new thing to spot. I'm almost done with my dinner, but I'll get that and then we'll get back to it. Performance has been really good. We haven't had any real problems with performance hitching at any point, whether that's stuttering and slowing down or whatever. The only crash we had was loading up the save file. At one point, we did get one crash, but that's just been the one time since 2.0. So performance definitely feels way better than it was before. Now, will that hold up when we break 100,000? I don't know. But so far, so good. Alright, I've only got one more of these, and then my dinner's done, and then we'll get back to it where we won't have, like, the weird, awkward silence. Alright. So down says I'm all out of drink. My mouth is full of cream cheese. So I might have to grab... Let me grab a drink real fast, I'll be right back. Because otherwise I'm just going to be making face noises, and no one wants that. All right, I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Alright, so all that's out of the way, so I do apologize about that. It was, it's just a thing that happens that we end up grabbing lunch, and that one, not lunch, dinner. We end up having to make dinner during the stream just because with the timing that, you know, Tomb gets home, my wife, so I don't want to, like, leave her out of it kind of thing. But at the same time, also dealing with, like, juggling stream times at work and yada yada. But in that particular case, the food I made, which was cream and jalapeno, cream cheese and jalapeno stuffed wontons, which were delicious. It was just one of those things where you're like, oh, I've got cream cheese everywhere. I may not have thought this through the whole way. Yeah, no, they were delicious. All right. I wonder why you're getting, like, no traffic here. Did we finally hit the capacity? Yeah, it looks like we finally hit the capacity that they don't want more parking over here. Okay. I'm on board. So we're not going to see much of the way of parking up here. So the next thing would be trying to get parking along this area. Because the more cars we can get off the road as early as possible, the better. So actually, this... Where is there? So there's a subway station. Let's try taking this parking structure. Of course you're too big. So I wanted it on the same side as the subway, because if I fit on the same side of the subway, everyone gets in the parking structure, immediately walks to the subway, and then vice versa. So there's no crossing the street. That said, I might be able to shove this over here. There's a subway entrance around here somewhere. There it is. So if I put the parking garage right around here somewhere, that might help. Of course, at that point, they've already had to go into the main routes of the city and all that. That's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to catch the people on their way into the city. That way I can get them off the road so they don't clog things up inside the city. We'll just leave it alone for now and just see if anything changes. But in the meantime, we have enough money for that administrative building, which is part of the reason it's like, okay, if I take my break to do this now, we can get those squared away. Oh, there we go. Cool. So, alright. So there are no upgrades to the building. That's fine. But with that, our businesses should all be making better money. Now, that might not actually amount to more money for me right this minute, because that building is expensive to run. So it could be one of those things that, like, it gives me a little bit more income as we go, but it also, its individual expense is worse. But that would be okay, because still in the long run, what would happen is as our city grew, its value would just increase, because its cost for me stays flat to what it is, whereas the benefit will continue to scale as our city grows. Because the cost is a flat rate versus the value is a percentage. And just expanding our area with our chestnut trees to make the roads nice and pretty. That's fine. We'll replace that one. Yeah. Graph number get bigger. uppy line go up. Everyone likes uppy line go up. It's my favorite. Yeah, so we look at our budget right now. We're at almost 2 million. And with all of these material goods and all that. Okay, so we actually have a pretty big deficit now in convenience food. Convenience food is really struggling. And we have minor deficits in the financial and software sectors. That's okay. We've got ourselves a central bank. Sure. So now it is on to our next expansion. Alright, I'm probably gonna need all of those tiles to fix this road. I cannot afford it. It's $1 million. Alright, we're gonna wait a minute before I do that next big push expansion-wise. Because the big thing is I'm going to be changing this intersection into a much better intersection, and an intersection that lets me get off to this side. And once I do that, we can start expanding the city up here. And we'll try and be a lot more deliberate in making it areas for, like, the pedestrian walkways that go, like, along the highways and all that. To make it so we don't need nearly as many crosswalks. We'll try and do what we can to improve that situation. Versus we didn't have availability for a lot of the stuff when we started this area, which is part of the reason we have a lot of choke points where things just really aren't in a good place in the main city. But because it's like a greenfield expansion that we can literally go, okay, from the very beginning, we will make places for pedestrian walkways, for, you know, like aesthetic trees that serve no purpose, but we're going to do it anyways because they look good. In real life, they serve a purpose for, you know, reducing noise pollution, improving air quality, and all that. In video games, they're like, meh, it's a tree. They probably do help a little bit, but probably not like in real life, where roadside trees are amazing for helping with a lot of issues. It can also improve the aesthetic of, like, urban sprawl, because if everywhere you look is just gray and brown and earth color buildings as far as the eye can see, it's pretty sad. But having like lines of trees so you can only see kind of like 1 or 2 layers deep into that really makes it nowhere near as bad looking. Alright, so if we build this intersection here, the intersection is $42,000 by itself. I think realistically for this, yeah, we can fit it right around here. Like, it'll take a little finagling, but we can fit it around here. So what'll end up happening is this highway will go over this way through there, and then it'll wrap down to meet up with there where it's at now. This one will just merge in to go into that one, which means this will be a bottleneck, because we're going to have an extremely high throughput highway feeding into a very not high throughput highway. So if we get traffic backed up here, it will back up onto the highway, but there's not much I can do about that in the short term. And then we'll get this to go out this way, which does mean I'll be in the interesting situation that our actual exit off the highway into our area will be right back here, pretty close to this like footstep. But that's fine, because I think then we can go back in and you'll have like your main, not feeder road, but like your main drag for this area will kind of like hug the mountainside, and then the various feeders and all that will go down into this area where the houses go up near the highway and all that, but don't actually connect to the highway on this side. Because one of the things you can get you in trouble in a big way is if I have like an intersection on the highway here, and then here, and then here, so we have lots of exits. Each one of those points of conflict have the risk of one backs up and it cascades to the others, and it can get really bad really fast. So that's what we want to avoid. Alright, so let's try this again. So like I said, I think I need all of those, maybe these two as well. Yeah, I'm probably going to need all of those tiles to make this intersection work, and then to actually build the cities, we'll need to go out here farther. So this is going to be expensive. We are going to be paying $1.4 million almost just to buy the land, and it's going to cost me almost $200,000 every month just to keep the land. but I also do think it is worth it. It also gives us this island. I have no idea if I'm going to do literally anything worthwhile with that island, but it's in the middle of my river here, so I could see potentially doing that. This also gives us the opportunity. Later on, we can expand out this way. Probably grab like these 8 tiles and build a hydroelectric dam across here. Not because it necessarily makes sense, but because I wanna. And that would make this whole area into a reservoir. The downside is, when I do this, our water will shut down in the city because I'm going to dry up the entire river until the reservoir fills, because I'm going to be blocking our source of water until the reservoir fully fills, and then it will go back into everything, you know, returning to normal. It also looks like I'm going to get an ore deposit, maybe? Oh, that's just telling me in general. We might actually get some more resources out here. I'm not too worried about setting up more of the large-scale industrial stuff, because we have some of all of it going. If we do eventually get enough industry happening that we start reaching a deficit, then we can expand that. Alright, so just bought a bunch of land. And people are getting a little bit madder about the high taxes, which is unfortunate for them because I don't really care. Just plainly, I don't really care. What symbol do you have? Oh, you've got more trash going in. How are our various services doing? Water output is getting a little dodgy. Let's just get ahead of that. We'll expand the water output on that one. And that should more than cover us. Yeah, so our water output has gone up. Well, should go up. Yeah, it went up by like another 10,000 or so. That'll keep that under control. Power output is way good. Medical, we're doing fine. And how's our cemetery doing? Our cemetery is also doing fine. That's park maintenance. Where is our... There's the crematorium. Yeah, so this one, it's just the traffic of getting all those ambulances around, which is why I want to fix the traffic. It is a cascading problem that once you start getting traffic in your city, your garbage backs up, your medical, your ambulances back up, your hearses back up, your road maintenance backs up, and it's one of those things that very quickly cascades to like every bit of infrastructure of your city starts to struggle as they all try and make it work. I'm going to let the money build up to about 200,000 before I start tearing up this highway, just to make sure I've got enough to see the highway through, because it can get about as bad as you can get if you tear up the road, realize you don't have enough money to finish it, and then your main highway is just torn up and not finished going into your city. And then everyone has to bottleneck through your back path. That would be a situation to take alone. Very genuinely, that would be a time you're like, no, this is too urgent to leave unfixed. Okay, so the first thing that needs to happen is all of this highway's got to go. It's gone. I would say it served us well, but if we're being real, it served us in general. Well is not how I would define it. It physically worked. Ish. Kind of. It backed up a lot, it had lots of problems, but that's okay. It did its job of a mediocre to okay-ish quality. Alright. I think those still gotta go back one. This is a very large intersection. Alright. So the goal here is to get that into an angle that is at least workable. Can you... Oh, actually, that'll work there. Oh, no, slope is too steep. Rotate it a bit more. I think I can work with that. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, so we got to make some corrections to our highway system. So, that's a 3-lane highway, and that's a 3-lane highway. Going into it, too, there's this concept referred to as lane math. That the idea is you want the same number of lanes going in and out. We are going to fail at lane math. We are going to get an unsatisfactory grade. But at the same time, it is what it is. We can try and adjust this later if necessary. So what I think we will do is we'll drop this down to a 2, leading into this. Slope too steep in water. Alright, so, fun tip, if you use the upgrade tool and you remove locking, you can finagle this around a little bit. It's not going to completely change things, but there is a little bit of finagling you can do here. So that's, like, I'm not going to be able to take this curve out of this, but we can make it a little bit nicer. So with that, what we're doing is when they come in from the highway, they basically have to merge lanes and then get onto that one. That is going to be a bottleneck. But we'll see what we can do about it. Just tell them the new lane math that they don't understand. Yeah, for those who don't know what lane math is, the very, like, the simple part of it is, when you have an amount of lanes going into an area, you want the same amount of lanes leaving an area. As a very oversimplification. And the reason you want that is if you're deleting a bunch of lanes and all that, you run in... That's terrible. If you're deleting a bunch of lanes, then suddenly all the cars have to kind of like squish down to the fewer lanes. And if you add a bunch of lanes, it doesn't really help you at all. Because ultimately, those lanes aren't going into use. Yeah, so this will make that an actual, like, merge off. Oh, I forgot. I haven't used on this one. I forgot to say Skylines 2, they literally have a tool for, making those actually parallel to each other. Let's use the tool. Let's clean this up. I've got plenty of money. Let's use the tool as it was designed. So what we do here is we go here to parallel. And you see how this works now. Okay. Now I go to the next spot. So get rid of this. And we go over here. Okay, that's not going to look as good from that side. That works. Alright, so we're all hooked up. So with that now, we've got a much more high throughput intersection going on. That should be able to handle more. This is the weak spot in this system. This spot right here is going to be a pain point down the road. But I don't see a good way of fixing this without fixing this whole area here. And that's a little bit more than we're bargaining for right now. Meanwhile, while we let our finances recover for a minute, because we just wiped out, you know, a giant mountain of money between our central bank and that new highway, we're going to put down some chestnut trees, because they cost almost nothing. They look good. It adds a certain aesthetic to my city. And it's a way of effectively, you know, running the clock to let my money recover and doing something productive. They especially look good in the fall because you have like this nice this nice like amber outline to all of your major highways and that, and like framing out your neighborhoods and all that. It's one of those things that a lot of what makes games like this and like Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo and all those really stand out, where you look at it and you go, oh man, that's so nice, is just, it's not, like Roller Coaster Tycoon is an amazing game, and I would definitely say between Planet Coaster and Roller Coaster Tycoon, if you want to talk objectively from a gameplay standpoint, Roller Coaster Tycoon's a better game. Even though it's been, you know, literal decades since it came out versus Planet Coaster. Like, it's got better balance, it's got better pacing, it's got all that stuff. But on the other end, when it comes to making, like, a gorgeous theme park and all that, Planet Coaster has a lot more to throw at on that end. And that's because you can do all, like, this kind of stuff, and Roller Coaster 2 does have decorations, but they're way more limited. But again, you got, man, it's 15 years between the games? Something like that, 15, 17 years, somewhere in that area? I don't know the exact amount, I'm just really guessing. So one would hope over the, you know, decade and a half, whatever it is, that improvements happened. Roller Coaster Tycoon, super addictive game? Oh yeah, no, I played the crap out of that game. Like, that's the thing. As much as Planet Coaster is amazing and all that, I never put the hours into Planet Coaster that I did into Roller Coaster Tycoon. They're just not on the same level. Alright, so with that, we're at $500,000 again. We're making $2.5 million a month profit now. And so far, this isn't backing up real bad. That will likely change. Because right now, it looks like our big traffic is in our high-density downtown area. How's our parking doing, by the way? Yeah, we definitely hit the capacity on parking over here, finally. Alright, sorry about that. So this will be moving into our new part of the city. Trying to make a max everything roller coaster. Oh yeah, and I will definitely say one of the things that's kind of a pro and the con with the Planet Coaster is they added the whole nature that every time you add in a set of brakes and those kind of things, it adds to the maintenance, both the cost and how often your stuff needs to be maintained. That's gonna hurt. And that just ends up being a thing that it really ends up being a very limiting factor on what you can do with your roller coasters. And it's just kind of a tough one there. So I'm going to be buying more terrain because I'm trying to get to where I'm going to have enough space to build a couple neighborhoods or whatever over here. This is going to be exploding our expenses because very genuinely, if you look at the size of our area before, this whole area here we just acquired, like that whole area is like something like 12 tiles. If we look at what we had before, it was only a bit over, like the area we started with down here was smaller than what we just acquired, and then it's just these industrial areas we kind of sprawled out to reach is the only thing that really boosts us over that. And you probably notice the cost of buying new tiles is going up as I buy new tiles. And this is a new mechanic to the Economy 2.0, the fact that they have the upkeep, so this will be another 100,000. Yeah, 17 years between it, 1999... It hurts me that 1999 is that far back, even though I acknowledge it is. And 2016, yeah. So you're talking like different eras of technology between Roller Coaster Tycoon and that. And like I said, if we're still talking raw gameplay, I would still say Roller Coaster Tycoon wins. Even today, right now, the balance is just way better. It's got better pacing. There's a lot more control so far as knowing I am doing the thing that's going to work or not work. There's a lot less guesswork versus I definitely find in Planet Coaster. There's a lot more just trying to get the roller coaster the way you want. It takes a little bit of work. You think Roller Coaster Tycoon dev built the game in assembly language? Yes, the original, yeah. They built it into assembly language, which is one of those things that people hold up as being like, this is the thing that's so amazing. Why don't devs do this anymore? But that's the thing. It was such an outlier back then because doing work in assembly is horrifically painful to deal with. We extrapolate for a good reason. If everyone was writing games in in assembly, you would just have to accept the game's complexity would be nowhere near what it is now. And we also have like way better graphics and way better systems and way better artificial intelligence in games. That it's not that you couldn't do it into assembly. You'd be talking, 20, 30-year projects. And honestly, I honestly do think there would be companies who'd try it and just fail because it'd be too much to keep track of. Because when you're dealing with assembly, you're literally saying, write to this section of memory. Okay, retrieve this thing from this section of memory. So you need, someone to have, a cheat sheet that's like, here's all the different memory we're storing for what, and all that stuff. And just as your game gets more and more complicated, the likelihood you're going to be able to manage all that without having a bunch of memory leaks is just going to get worse and worse. And this isn't anything negative about it. This is the fact that happened in Roller Coaster Tycoon is, an extreme outlier that you're like, no, you don't understand. We don't do this for good reasons. It just so happens this person was able to do this, which again, in 1999 was noteworthy to the point that people outside of dev had a certain awareness going, wait a second, they did what now? Alright, so what I'm gonna try to do... Well, actually, you know what? I can probably just buy an intersection. I was gonna go and do the T intersection here. I don't necessarily want to go for the full-on intersection. So we could do the T here. I don't want to go to that level on this highway, I don't think. Oh, is that just gonna let me just slap that on there? Oh. I mean... Well, no, because I'm not gonna have hardly any... Okay. So I don't need to do the T, because there's not going to be nearly as much traffic on this side, I don't think. I could probably put a lot of my services over here, and that shouldn't conflict with the traffic too much, and then, a lot of the other stuff over here. I do like the idea of having, our bougie neighborhood up here on the foothills. So, have, a really, really bougie people who have all the money, lording over everyone beneath them, because they're physically in lower elevation. Feels like kind of a weird thing to do. Yeah, so what we'll do here... How do I want to do this intersection? Because I don't just want to go in here and put a big roundabout. Let's go back to doing it this way. Oh, hey, don't do that. Highway. Parallel. Alright, so we've got kind of a highway over here. Right now, we'll take that off of the double. And for this end, we're just going to go plop. So that's effectively a U-turn. That's the end of the highway. So then, like I said, I think the idea will be I have a branch off over here. Maybe we'll put some city services over here. Maybe we move trash and all that out here. Try and take them off this T here. And do what we can about that. Let's also check, is there any natural resources I really care about over here? There is agriculture over here, and I should care about it, but honestly, with all of our stuff covered, I'm going to pretend it's not there and probably regret it later. But that's okay. So with that, we've got our highway system that should be a lot better throughput. So the next thing to be looking at is we don't have much demand for hardly any of our stuff going on. We still need more people to work the jobs we've got in our city. So let's go to our highway. We're going to need off-ramps. I always forget. So this version of City Skylines, they don't have like an off-ramp as a thing versus the last one. There was literally a thing called an off-ramp. So this is the main highway for driving stuff out here. So what I could do, I mean, grab a regular road here. And so we'll take a highway road. Well, actually, we'll start with just a straight road. Take it at exactly a 45, I think. No, this is not quite perfectly straight. So we'll take it like this. So I'm debating how I'm hooking this up. All right, we'll do this differently. That'll probably do. Okay. So, what we could do with this now is we'll use the one lane highway here. Now, if I remember correctly, I believe I can make this merge off of here, if I remember. I'm trying to remember what that was to do that. Like, not like that. I thought there was... I'm trying to remember that you could do a thing like this and have it merge off really carefully. Like, have a fly-off lane. I think that's literally what that is there. Excellent. Because those are a lot of the things they improved with this version of, say, Skylines that you could still do in the previous one, but it required mods. There, so we've got a fly-off lane and on. Cool. Then go to the other lane. Alright, 1 second, that didn't go quite how I wanted it. Trying to get to be the same style where it doesn't just slap into it. It's fine. We can just have it slap into it. If I have to adjust it later, we can adjust it later. Alright. So it is just like the bridge style that it goes over. That's fine for right now. That's not going to be a high throughput one. Which is the reason is like, do I want to make like an actual proper intersection or not? That's fine. We'll figure it out. If I have to adjust this, I'm going to deliberately not build stuff right up to the edge. And that should give me some wiggle room. Alright, and there's that. Trying to get to lock in on the center there. But it's fighting me on that one. What are you doing right now? Oh, I'm building the wrong road. That explains it. I was like, why are you fighting me so hard all of a sudden? And so this one actually made a bigger highway. Well, bigger road. I don't necessarily want that big. That's actually one of the mistakes you can make in a lot of these games, is just go more lane better. And the answer is no. No, it's very not. More lane is very not automatically better. It can be useful. It's one of the mistakes a lot of times happens in a lot of places. They're like, oh yeah, we're adding an extra lane onto this highway. It'll make it better. And all it just happens, you still have the same bottleneck on the later part of the road. And nothing has improved in any way. Alright. So we've got that attached there. So first thing we're going to do is take that off parallel, first of all. Is I want to go down here and set up some of our city infrastructure stuff for over here. So a lot of the stuff like the trash and recycling center, I feel like this is the place to do that. Because then it has a quick and easy way to hop on to run over to wherever we connect over here. It can hop on here to go down this way. Actually, with that in mind, that'll help a little bit. Honestly, one thing that might help is in this middle area, reduce the size of that. Oh, that's gonna upset me deeply. Never mind. I should have done it ahead of time. Basically, if I made this 2 lanes and this, 1 lane out, 1 lane on, 1 lane out, 1 lane on, that would effectively make the lane math work where this has kind of, you can either go and jump out here, you can go and jump out there, and this one can go jump out here and go that way. Like try and get it so that this lane always goes through, this lane always exits, this lane always goes through, and the other one goes around. Like that's the only real bad one, is the middle lane going around to exit on the other side. But I'd have to tweak that, and I don't feel like dealing with it. We can always deal with that later if it ends up being a problem, which it probably will be. Alright, so money is still rolling in. So we talked about having a nice neighborhood up here that will make things like obnoxiously expensive up there. So that's one thing. And that down here we're going to put the city services for now. For the city services, I'm going to kind of grid it out a bit more versus a lot of the other places. We will make more pleasant roads or whatever. Okay. And I'm leaning towards just filling this up with like a bunch of residential down here. Okay. That'll do. It'll make that into a nice neighborhood down the road. The other thing I'm going to need to do is hook up our water and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so that's way over here. So we'll cut that across here, and we'll just cut across the water, hook it up to be underneath the expressway. Just run it right on up to there. So that should connect our water and all that, and then the next step will be the power. In this particular case, let's add ourselves another transformer up here. So that'll be the first piece of our infrastructure is going to go over there. And drop that to underground because I don't want to deal with it. Okay, where's the... Okay, there's the main trunk for our power coming in. Cool. So that gives us another transformer here so that we don't have to worry about overloading a little narrow power connection going out here. So that gives us our basic power and water connections out here. How is all our stuff going? Power is great. Water is plenty fine. Obviously the medical and all that, it's saying it can reach there just fine, which I'm dubious of that claim. The recycling center. I do think what we'll do is when we level up our city next, we're going to put like the full-on industrial recycling center over here. That gives us goods back for it. We'll definitely want to add a subway route, like a couple stops out here. I haven't decided where yet. For the short term, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Anachrony, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Anachrony, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here out of anywhere on Twitch. So that means a whole heck of a lot, and thank you so much for doing that. I really do appreciate it. So thank you. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to switch to using you... Oh, wait. Oh, we could show both. That's fine. So everything else has been European style. I feel like to make this neighborhood stand out for what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and, you know, make this North American style housing. So like that's just what I'm figuring here is, so this will be like a distinctly different part of town with its own like architecture and everything. And we won't get closer than that to the intersection. Alright. So what will end up happening is ultimately we're going to give this area its own schools and everything. Because like I said, the idea is I'm going to make this like a bougie, you know, like just desirable part of town to be in. Which is just because I can. It's not because it strategically makes sense or anything like that. It just feels like that ridge there makes a very distinct separation. So give like this neighborhood almost a direct highway access. We can put like the school in that up here, and you know have like dog parks or whatever. All right. So meanwhile we have, let's see. Because I can sounds like what a rich person would does all the time. Exactly. Because I can. Now the question is, do we keep it just residential down there, or would you give them like a little block of mixed? Well, the mixed zoning will be medium density. I feel like they don't want mixed zoning on this road. I feel like this road is a road that you get, you know, like let's give them like a little teeny tiny commercial center right here, and we can see where we go from there. All right, now on to dealing with this area. So I definitely have this route in and out for services, and that'll be good. I don't think we can reasonably get our residential roads to come through an exit over here, because this exit would be too, like, it would be going from an exit to an exit, like for a intersection to an intersection to an intersection, like it'd be way too close. So I think the intersection that is for the main route into this area is going to be over here. That way it's separated enough from this to not be really in the way. I don't think we want to go to the way of like a full proper intersection like one of these. You know, like whatever style we'd ultimately go with. Because like we could do something like this, and it wouldn't be terrible. I don't feel like that's necessary. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Because we want to, like, this one's too big. For what I want, I don't want it to be that large. That's a lot of space. I could see the trumpet roundabout. Because I want to say the roundabout gives a lot of people opportunity to do U-turns without backing up the highway. Yeah, we'll set up the trumpet. Because that way when I expand way more later, so like say we keep going all the way this way, it's already well set to deal with a lot of the pain points. So we'll just go ahead and plunk it right around here, let's say. And I might have to tweak this road a little bit to make it happy. And you're down to the 2-lane. 1 way each. Do this. We have to back that out farther. It's too close, that's going to make it look weird. Because if I have it shift slightly to the left, and then we do that, now it looks like a perfectly normal road. And now I can go like this and do that, and cross it. Cool. So with this, then, we can go down here and do a little bit more work with that. So I don't want to immediately terminate. Give it a little bit of wiggle room. So let's go down to around here. And I just don't want the intersection that the entire community like builds around to be right up against that intersection, because then it backs up into the highway easily. Now, I could see doing something like where we connect this and make a giant roundabout so that the highway can wrap around and get right back out. And then we can have, you know, different exits kind of on there. Oh, you're still set to parallel. It's gonna look bad. Let's see what we can do to try and accomplish this. It might be that I just go down here, I make the roundabout, and then just plug that in. But I don't want it to go straight around the whole way, because then these two intersections will be too close to each other. So like right now, if I did something like this, I would run into a lot of problems for that roundabout. Let's see what happens if I try and smash a roundabout in here. Yeah, so it won't know what to do with it. Alright, so we'll tinker with that real fast. What I'll do here is, let's say this middle road, we line up with the middle there. I just plunk it down like that. Smash in a giant roundabout. Cool. Get rid of... That wasn't smart. Let's try that again. So, get you. Actually... So we get you. And now we take this. So we cut that down to 1 lane. I'm not expecting you to move that much. All of that is cursed and I hate it. If I delete this road now, we'll keep the roundabout. It'll change its type. Oh, you switched it, never pinged? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yep. Usually I'm pretty good on being on top of that, but in this case, I didn't. Let me go ahead and deal with that. Actually, how far are we into stream? I'll still do it. So Twitch. Do cities, Skylines. 2. Alright. Yeah, no, it's not an automatic ping thing. That's, very genuinely, like, EONEC helps with that a lot. And if I remember, I usually do it too. Because, like, I was doing that a bit beforehand. I'm trying to, like... I'm trying to get this the way I want it to. So let's go ahead and get a medium 4-lane road that goes both ways. So let's try and go, instead of that way, we'll go 90 off, and we'll try and go this way with it. So we have all that. And if for some reason you're hoping typing in the stream, and how's it switching to Farming Sim 22? Yeah, no, we just haven't had much people showing interest in Farming Sim in a while. Like, it's still down to play and all that. But, you know, it's a game I played a lot on the channel. I was really hoping it would lock it in the middle. Can we... Actually, it's interesting I don't have snapping options. Because it's gonna snap. I'm fighting too much to try and make something happen here. Because what I want to happen here is I want to get that to terminate into a roundabout. So if we make that an intersection, we might be able to make this work. There we go. So I might need to cut that back a little bit. So I'm thinking we ultimately do with this is... I could see a couple different ways of approaching this. So we could certainly still keep this parallel. I want to get closer, but not all the way up there. Now, I could see going this route where I take this... I need to not have it mirrored. Like, I take the outside lane, go up and over. That kind of thing onto this way. And then, you know, the inside lane goes into the roundabout. And then, you know, same the other way. I could see that having a certain amount of thing. What I need to do, though, is let's get you and you out of here. I needed the tool. So I am fighting with this road stuff a little bit, but that's okay. I don't like that it wants to move the roundabout. I wish the roundabout would stay where it is, and then I could bring everything else there. And I don't want to go that way, because that'll immediately be a second intersection. You know what? I'm gonna do it a different way. That's fine. If it wants to fight me on it, we won't worry about that. What we could do now is I could take this and bring it up just a little farther. And then instead I can grab the highway. So this lane is just gonna merge right into that highway. Nothing fancy, straight up merge. And same with this side. We could probably cut that down to a 2-laner as well. Because again, lane math, trying to deal with that. Perfect. Okay. So that way the inside lane is for going around the circle, outside lane goes off and on. Cool. And then for the other thing is we can go over here to the highway, grab this one, and now I want to go to this lane that's not being used. And as I mentioned before, I want to kind of go over this. I wanted that to curve a little bit more, but that's fine. We can go here. Oh, it's fine, whatever. Oh, complain about that. Yeah, so we can go here. Don't stop it. Okay, so let's clean this up to not look quite as bad, because that looks terrible. So I can make this work a little bit easier by taking this, and in advance, just go like this. You go across here. And then you got that. Alright, still messy, but that's fine. And now what we could do here is we grab this one and draw it like that, and we have our on and off ramps on the edges here. Really? You're gonna fight me on this? Good enough. Okay, so it doesn't look beautiful. It's definitely not a pretty thing. I'm just gonna make them straight shots. Getting those curves to play the way I want them to. If I take those away, it's gonna break a lot of things. I just want it to at least be not necessarily symmetrical, but not be quite so deviating from the two. So let's go ahead and we're gonna worry about not worry about having the slopes here. Or I shouldn't say a slope, the curve. Make it a little bit more just straight shot, and that should make it at least a little bit more similar. Oh, that's the wrong way. Alright, that'll do. By the time we get through here and we expand stuff, that'll be good. Alright, so what we've got is we've got this where we can now go around here, we can get around. This will be the main road that'll also terminate over this way. So that'll be fine there. So I can go from here, and we're going to start making it Rock Musician Mansion. We can worry about that later. Okay, so it's perfectly fine being a straightaway for here. And for there. Alright. Okay. Let's see. Lane maps of far side before it slips out from memory. Yeah, so it's... So this is a 4-lane over here. And technically we do have a 4-lane going over here. I could sit here and try and replace the street down to a 2-lane, like we did with this one. I don't think I'm going to fight it, because this one can go 2 that way, this one can go over there. So the lane math isn't going to work out there. The lane math works out from this side to this side, and this side to this side. But inside the circle, it's not great. Did you... Why are you the way you are? Why are you the way you are? What? Why do I have so much traffic for that neighborhood? Oh, the issue is with the bypass? I was fully expecting them to go this way for a lot of this. One thing that will help is the ones U-turning where they're going up and then going back. Is there really nowhere they can... I guess you can't U-turn there. We could fix that problem pretty easy. We could take a highway with 1 lane and go from the out lane there to the out lane there. So anyone who wants to just get out of here and get back into town, they now have a quick get off the highway. Can you adjust no right turn from the left lane? No. No, you can't, sadly. I can't say this lane can't go over there. That's been a thing. Like, there are mods that have done that in the previous versions. Does the add our lane before that and force them to choose a lane before? That is one thing I can do, is I can do this. Have this way back here. We can basically go remove where that spot is. And we can make the merge off way back here. Don't try and do that. Because I could have sworn when you did it like this, it was supposed to be able to make... That's fine, we can go like this. Stop trying to merge it. It's not what I want. Yeah, there's no edit on. There's no movement. Yeah, no, it'd be farther back, but that'd give me a lot more room to work with it. But yeah, sadly, it's just gonna fight me on that. You make it 3-lane? Yeah, that'll work. That's what I was trying to effectively do, was to make it so it'd be a lane along the side. So I can merge that out to 3. There we go. Okay. They're still merging over because say Skylines. Let's see, upgrade a section of the 2-lane to 3, then join the 3rd lane to the exit. Yeah. They're still like turning sideways there. It always has bothered me that say Skylines will do that, where they'll take like the entire. Well, I mean, honestly, if we're gonna go this whole way, let's just make it the 3. All right. That'll be fine. Now it's just like the bulk of all of them moving in at the same time. Alright, so with that said, we've got money just rolling it. Let's slow down time, because I don't need to be going that fast. So we can do a Rockstar Mansion, which will improve the well-being of everyone in the area. So we're going to go ahead and put the Rockstar Mansion up here somewhere. Because the idea is to build up the wealth and all that. You drive in tours like Florida? Yeah. Almost as bad as the people who live in Florida, honestly. We can go ahead and make this also a roundabout. Okay. So, like, I do find the idea of, like, upgrading these roads to, it's a shame they want to shift over that way. Like, upgrading the roads to add a lane, have it turn off, and then get rid of the lane. I do think that would help a lot with alleviating a lot of the traffic issues we've got going on. Like, down here, we don't have the room to do it without bulldozing half the city. But that's okay. So I've got some room down here. We could definitely make some different districts. So, my thoughts, first of all, let's go to this district here. I would like you to be aware of your energy use. Cool, we just got achievement for making a bunch of districts. Parking on the road has a cost to it. And let's see. Heavy traffic ban will be a big thing here. And no fuel-burning vehicles that don't belong. You kind of missed TMPE? Yeah. That's where you can sit there and say, this lane goes that way, this lane goes straight. That kind of minor detail. See, you did not drive a car in 4 years, you think? You're perfectly happy with that fact. You do not care about the fools that wait until the last moment to change lanes. Oh yeah, no, there's awful drivers everywhere that you deal with. Okay, so one of the things I'm thinking we'll do, so this will end up being one district up here. We're gonna use the roadway as our way of separating districts. So this will be one district right here. And we'll have a separate district that's gonna be over in this section. It'll have another district down here. I'll deal with that on the other side. There we go. And then the last district will be down here. Okay, in all our districts, keep power in mind, and you have to pay for parking. And I am intending this being a very, very dense population area of the city. So, with that, we've got our main drags that go through here. So we've got this area that goes through in here, and then we got the major highway entrance. My fear is that this will be a backup thing, and I'll just ultimately get rid of this connection here to force them to use this main entrance. I could also see this being an out only as opposed to an in, so that they'd all cut across and go out. Sorry, all cut across and go out. Or rather, you get what I'm saying. Make this a one-way road out here somewhere, so that we don't have this just bottlenecking from everyone trying to get into the neighborhood, versus have this be an out and then this be an in or out. So yeah, we can go ahead and get that. So with this, we're talking about making this a very dense population area. I can imagine we put like a bunch of our offices and more commercial up here. We do want mixed zoning to try and avoid too much of an issue. So I think about halfway down here, I am going to go and make like the connection. Is that our parasite off the highway? I don't... Oh, you're here, you're worried about your friend who passed the theoretical exam for a driver's license? Took her 10 tries? Oof. That's a whole thing. Alright. So, let's see here what we want to do with this. So we can have this drop down to 2-lane roads. Hi, plane. So I can have this main inlet to these areas so that effectively they're squared off areas that there's a main in and a main out. That could be a way to dealing with traffic as well. So we could go, let's say, this far in. So we've got the 2 here. Actually go 2 tiles farther. I'm gonna go, well, no, I don't want to go 2 tiles farther. That's fine. Actually, yes. I think I do want to go 2 tiles farther. Right, if we go 2 tiles farther, we'll give a little bit more space for us to have the crosswalk. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's see. About where you're at, any more advice? I mean, what, like, ultimately it's a matter of what problems is your city running into. Like, it just make city bigger is mostly just make city bigger. Alright, so now I can drop back down to the 2. So So let's change this. So we made that, how far? We made that 140 yards. So let's go over here. Let's say around, this will be the out. So 140 yards-ish. Boom. The difference is I'm going to upgrade that to go out. So let's go ahead and take these and... You're going to be slightly askant of the other one, and it's going to upset me, isn't it? So we'll do that. Go up here. Align it. So we don't have, like, big grids. Alright, Strider. You sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Alright, when we get down here, that's when we're going to have some, like, weird zoning going on. We'll worry about that when we get there. It does feel like it's also a good idea to just straight up make these T. And we can deal with all that. I could even potentially see making this the one-way route so that anyone going through can just cut right on through. It's get to that main drag and get out of here. But that said... Oh, if I do it that way, okay. And then we're going to cut down to... Oh, these are already those smaller roads. Do we want to do it that way? Let's actually shift that over. Make room for the pedestrian walkways. So skip 2 tiles and go over here. Go right about there. A little roundabout for turning around just to make it look nicer. Nah, we'll take it a little farther for that. So I know I'm fussing with this a lot. I'm trying to get lined up before we go into it. So if we go all the way over to here... They dropped a little roundabout here. That does give me a nice little space back there. Because then what that does is when they come into the area, they can go left and take this bank around. They can go straight on through. Or they can go that bank around. That should help alleviate a lot of our traffic congestion. Honestly, that roundabout doesn't work as much as I like it. And how's that going to impact the zoning there? So we'll have like a little gap here with slightly shorter buildings right in that intersection. I keep going back and forth on the roundabout there. Because what I would like to do... Nah, I'm not feeling it. Oh, it's not even centered this time. Can we finagle you over just a smidge by just doing this? Nah, it doesn't actually attach differently. That's fine, we'll just fix it. But yeah, so I'm just gonna put it there without the roundabout or anything like that. So I am trying to get it where it's 2 tiles from either side. Yeah, so it's 2 tiles here, because then that gives me enough room to put some, like, tree lines and all that kind of stuff in there to make it look nice. And so we'll go with that for this end. And we can go over here. And honestly, just bring you straight down. Same deal. Alright, and that's the area that'll get weird. So you see the idea about this is about having not many different, like, T's, intersections, that kind of stuff. We are leaving a little bit of space to work with around some of these things. And And so what we'll end up doing is we end up making some walking paths. We don't have to go over this area. So let's start getting those walking paths done in here really early on. So we can go here. Oh, let's make sure we're at the... Try to remember how high it has to be to go over the... Weird. Huh, but let me do the first right angle. Okay, so we're wanting to make... a series of walking paths that go over the top of all this. Oh, I see. So, okay. I understand now. So it's trying to make the covered walking path over that way, and it's complaining about this one being too narrow for, like, two of them back to back. That's fine. So the idea behind this is we do want to get it so we don't have... That's a pretty big cut into the amount of buildings I can put there. Those are way higher than I need them to be. No stairs? I haven't had it really use stairs. When I go to make these, instead of stairs, what'll end up happening is if I could try and merge it over, you get this unreasonable ramp that's like straight up at an angle. And I haven't been able to get it to do that. Like, you can eventually get it way over here, but you usually have to go out one tile and in. I can also take this the other way, which would be... turn around and have like a path up here. Because the goal of all this is just to make it so you can get on and off of this without any crosswalks whatsoever. Everything goes up and over. Yeah, no, the ramps are definitely better in real life, but it's just like the game sometimes when it does the ramps, they're just beyond absurd. The downside is how many buildings are to be cutting into the space to build them. Actually, so we can go up 2 ticks. Oh, that's not enough. I have my plan how I want to deal with this. So this is being a little space consuming. So we can merge those now. We can go to the middle of this. And here the most overpass has both. Yeah, so we've got this whole stuff. Like in reality, you could also have elevators and that in another thing. So we did cost where I could build buildings here and the spot here. I'm not worried about this one, But what I can now do is we can go down here to the intersection down below, and you do not get any crosswalks at all, because all of that is handled from above. You can get to this side of the road going on this ramp, and you can get to these sides of the road for that one. And I don't want to go the lengthwise here to drop them down, because, I mean, do I? I feel like the big problem is these overpass ramps, like that is way up there, versus I believe those lower ones are high enough to be okay. Let's find out. So 1, 2. It's trying to merge. Okay, so I guess 2 is not high enough. 3 will try and bump up to go over, which is still a tick lower than these. So I can technically get by on 3 if I can get it to play nice. That's fine. It's fine. Whatever. We got a covered walkway. It's whatever. So we've got that set up. So that one no longer has an issue. And this one we're not going to worry about going up off the ground at all. That's going to be straight up walk across. So I've got those connected. So the next one will be that intersection, this intersection, and there's no intersection over here. It feels very high that I have to go with those. Alright, so we'll do a similar concept for this one. Connect them across. That's fine. Okay. So for this one, I can't quite follow that design over there. So we're still going to do this part. Redo this whole nonsense. Have those ramps different. Oh, come on. So I'm just trying to line them up so they're symmetrical. I don't really care. That's fine. That's fine. That'll work for me. So we can go here, and now we can go to the advanced road settings, and that crosswalk can go away. So that will accommodate these. What I do need is I need to have it drop down on this side somewhere as well. And that will give it the ability to cross on all the sides. And I am deliberately trying to keep it across this main one as that where we're blocking, so we have all these other buildings along the other way. And we'll use trees and our stuff to outline it. It's definitely not an efficient use of space, but usually with City Skylines, you don't really have to worry about the efficiency of the use of space because there's lots of space. And just like that. Oh, wait, what? Hang on. Hang on, that's not how that's supposed to go. Wait a second. Try it again, only from up there. Okay. How much ramp people gonna climb to use the overpass? A bit. The catch with all that stuff, though, is by going with these where we can get around these intersections is going to make life easier. These probably won't be high traffic intersections at any point, so I'm going to leave those alone for right now. And we'll see how that all goes. I could also see just literally running this walkway the whole length of this, and then connecting those over with no crosswalks, and I think that would also be okay. So instead of where they're going up and down, we just keep them up here the whole way, and then we'll just put like a ramp down in the middle area somewhere. Alright, well, let's start trying to get this set up. We don't have hardly any demand for residential right now, which is surprising with our exceedingly low unemployment rate. So, what I think we start doing is the intention is for this to be high density. What are you gonna do there? You've got to, I mean, it's not against the highway, so it won't matter. So we'll do high density residential along this side here. And then we can put some high density commercial right along here. And some high density offices right smack in the middle. And we'll see how that does for right now. That'll take a little while to do anything. We're going to end up needing some land value stuff, some schools, all that. We'll get there. That's probably what this road down here will be, is we'll have, like, the walkway go down here. We'll have, like, the elementary school and high school and that down here. We'll get it figured out. The point is, we're getting our new area built up. It's fine. We're making an absolutely obnoxious amount of money these days. You know what? I'm willing to cut back the taxes a smidge. Don't say I didn't do anything for you. All right. And one thing we can do in the meantime... Oh, right. We'll wait to see where the businesses show up and all that when they start forming over here. Because I do like the idea of, like, keeping more of the trees surrounding. So, for example, this area over here, we might ultimately put trees around a lot of that. Because I'm trying to keep, like, some nice, distinct areas that we have our people living versus other spots. Oh, some of the things that will also help. So, clearly, we need mail pickup in here. And we need mail pickup for the area up there. That's going to be all of that stuff, so we don't need to worry about that right now. We will want to have subway entrances for some of this. The question is, where would we want to put the subway in this block? I could see putting up, like, along one of these areas here, so that way they can get into the walking area. I could also see putting it, like, right here. But the catch is, if I'm going to put it here, you know what we ought to do? We'll still see where those businesses go. I was gonna say we could put the subway like right along one of these areas, have a bridge crossing this. I honestly think I probably should just we're just gonna make that into a T. That's just gonna be a T. That's what that's gonna be. And then we'll go here and we will say no, 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 no. We will need to get that sorted out. Yeah, that's gonna have to be different. So for right now, I'm actually gonna let them have the crosswalk. I'll let you have a crosswalk here, here. We'll just let them have the crosswalk and we'll deal with it, see how it turns out. I forgot the game was paused. I was like, man, we're not making any progress in any of this. Alright, and all of you are up here. Your current wealth is wretched. That will not stand. I expect you to be making buku bucks up here in the long run. We'll get there, though. Don't you worry. We can go to up here, and you're going to get your very own outdoor gym. So we can slowly work our land values to be higher up here. And then what'll happen is we'll start getting all of this down here. Just has like a walkway over to the highway or something like that. They'll definitely get their own subway entrance into the bougie neighborhood that like directly allows them to go to the downtown area and all that. I ultimately think what'll happen is we'll have the subway cross through this area, maybe like one main drag that goes down here, connects to the main subway trunk there, and then this will have connections to the subway, like their subway routes up here that are separate. All right, so we're getting our first businesses opening all by themselves in the middle of an area with no residential, so that'll go well for them. They're gonna get real good business in that area. Trust you me, they will do fine. But hopefully those businesses will open and we'll have residential show up to support them and stuff like that. But I want to kind of just see that start growing up here and see how we've got that going. But yeah, so this whole area up here, we're using North American designs where this has all been European aesthetics. So we will see how that all turns out in the long run. Well, let's check with the telecommunications. Okay, so we've got coverage over the whole area. I mean, honestly, basically the whole map is pretty much covered. Like, supposedly if I put this up on the mountain, we'd get even better coverage. That's fine. We can worry about that another day. Okay. And I so want to go up here and build a hydroelectric plant right across that area. Just, like, the limit on how high I can build is that ridge back there. Because that'll be the boil over. But as long as I make it lower than that ridge back there, so honestly, almost to the peak here, across here, that should be a perfectly good reservoir for us. How much of this is in the map? Yeah, so that ridge back there is like the edge of the map. But I don't need to own all of this. I can own just the entrance. And that'll be enough for the hydroelectric dam. That's always one of those things that gets me in trouble in this game, too, is I'll be like, I want the hydroelectric dam, and then you just mess up everything trying to deal with the water. Because manipulating the water in this game is not a good time. So you opened a bookstore and a convenience food store in the middle of an area with literally no one living there. The bold choice. Real bold choice. I would expect to have, like, a house be built first. But, you know. That's fine. So the next thing to check would be... So, we're just about at capacity for our elementary school. Which, interestingly enough, that is showing all of that in green for the elementary school, which surprises me. Yeah, the water's a little bit different from City Skylines 1, but also, to be fair, the water in City Skylines 1 was also not even remotely accurate to real life in any way. Alright, so get the elementary school built here. You know, give it a playground and all that. I'll go here and say I would like to get rid of this tree on the edge. Did I get more options for trees all of a sudden? I did. Oh, it's because we opened up both the North American and whatever. Do we want to have a different type of tree? No. because I did Oak in another city, and they take more space than the chestnut, which is fine, but it does ultimately make it way harder to make these things fit. So I'm just going to frame out the school real fast. Kind of give it like a little bit more of an aesthetic going on. Plus, you wouldn't want the students looking at the highway all day. I'm also doing it to hide this like ridge where the terrain wasn't level. But that's fine. Have you ever experienced the office job bug yet? I don't know what you mean by that. You'll have to be more specific. I do know it seems to be really hard to get any meaningful number of office jobs in your city. For whatever reason. Yeah. I'll put a row of these in here. Okay, a fuel plant. Cool. Alright, there's no room for that over there. Alright, so we've got a fuel plant as a new building. So it's an industrial building, increases industrial efficiency, reduces industrial pollution. Yeah, I'd like that. So the industrial fuel plant. All right. Office zones aren't giving the number of jobs they're supposed to. Development is aware fix should be coming soon. Gotcha. That would probably explain it, because I was making the comment that I've got some office jobs, but like if we look at our zoning, it's like this little pocket of medium office jobs, and then the high density ones I've yet to get a single office spot show up. So we're getting pretty close to no office jobs, which I figured was probably I just needed to do more on like the education side of things or something. All right, so this should start building up a little bit more. We can get there, and that'll be good news. That's kind of what we're waiting for. Is we're just waiting for those first like high densities to pop in. There's also the possibility it could start deliberately cannibalizing this part of town to make it work, but that's not necessary. The other thing we'll do... I'm not sure if I want... Not sure where I'd want to put this. I do feel like I want the parking in the area, though. You can put it there for right now. Now give some parking for the area. They can go where they need to go from here. This will probably need crosswalks going through here eventually, but we could deal with that next. But trying to move some infrastructure and all that over here to get stuff moving. And we're also kind of waiting as our XP goes up. The next thing we could also consider is the subway. Maybe the answer with our subway. So you can see doing something like this, where we put the subway here. I I could also see justification for shoving it around here somewhere along this walkway. Because they shove it by the walkway, they can reach, like, any of these areas they could branch off to and reach without crossing too many roads. Down there I don't want to go because I'm going to put the school there. That wouldn't be a bad spot. There's less room available for them to build. I kind of wanted it going the other way, though, because I'm going to be connecting it down here. That's probably okay. Yeah. So let's actually plan first to go from here. So that's the first subway stop. That's the industrial park where a bunch of our jobs are. Yeah. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so that'll connect us over here. We will also try to go and have where we can get the, Curve is too tight? Oh, it's too tight on that end, that's fine. Okay, so that'll be good. So I'll let the subway get onto our track up here. And so it's complaining about our connection here, so let's go do that. Because what I wanted to do was make it so this spot... Oh, you're over it, come on. I wanted to make it so that this spot up here connects up to this. I didn't learn my lesson. So I want to connect it to this spot over here when it connects over. So down another. Okay. Connects over and get straight there. So with that said, what we're going to go ahead and do is they're definitely getting the upgraded subway. That's just what's happening. Because this is going to be the part of town we're trying to deliberately make growth happen. So we're going to make a new line. Can't tell what's happening here. Don't do that. Okay, so we're going to make a new line. It's going to go down to the industrial part. We'll have it connect just to the industrial part for right now. And later on, we'll want to get a lot more going on for it. But we can have it connect just the industrial part, and then the industrial park becomes the branch way to hit all the other side of town. We'll probably also want to have it take a route over to the, colleges and university area. But I could also see that we add some of that, along the edges down here, whatever I have, because we're already at near capacity with both the college and the university. And in fact, our high school is over capacity now, so let's go ahead and say, hey, you should move out here. You know what we have? We have a high school. Research? Oh, I forgot about that. You know what we have? We have a high school. It's got plenty of room to spare. It's got libraries and all that kind of good stuff. I put it too far to the side, so I want to skosh it right over here. So I could weasel some trees around it. We have to delete some of these existing trees so that we get the same type of trees around it. The green belt will not survive. Okay. Cool. And we can go over here, grab our chestnut trees. All right. So basically, I'm trying to do stuff to make this area more and more attractive. And what should happen is eventually, when we have a spike where it's like, oh, we need more residential, we should start seeing growth out here. And once we get that growth start out here, we should be in good order, because as residential show up, there'll be businesses who show up to want to serve those households. And as those businesses show up, we'll need more people working those. It'll increase the population of residential. Somewhere in the mix, you'll have like office and other types of jobs will move into the area. It's got a main trunk under the highway, which definitely helps with growth in real life. Right now, it's just a matter of we're not seeing a whole lot of growth in general in the town. Like, we're very financially stable, but we need to do stuff to attract more people to the city. And we're working on it. It's also a possibility I could just tweak down the taxes a bit more. We're making really good money. And that'd be another thing that draw more people in. Okay. Alright, barely able to squeeze a tree between them and the highway. Oh. I thought this was actually part of the high school campus. Alright. And get that all lined up. And now try lowering the taxes a little bit, see if we can't encourage some people to move into town. We are charging outrageously high taxes for residential. Okay, so let's look at our taxes real fast. So we're still making 2 million or whatever. Almost all of that, like so much of that is coming from taxes. We're going to take that down 3 ticks. Let's go with 2 ticks. Okay. So we are at the point where high taxes is now starting to fall down on the priorities a lot. So we're hoping that'll help. All right. We are getting some people heading up to this neighborhood still. Their wealth is still going to be wretched because there's really not much up here yet. I could also see... How are we doing on the fire? Okay, so fire protection is bad. I've been meaning to put, like, the proper fire station in here for a while. So there's a really big fire station to support everything. We can add the helipad. Disaster response. We can add that. Training facility. What's it even do? There. So we've got like a really nice fire station up here. Again, just doing stuff to like make this more and more desirable an area. So you've got a fire station, the biggest in the city, right down the road from you. All that good stuff. Gradually, little by little, moving to trying to make that all happen. And all of our parking is getting taxed pretty hard. How are you doing these days? You're basically maxed out. Right, so... the next thing to probably look at would be the college. That we were going to need another college. I think realistically we're going to make like... What is this complaining about? Track not connected. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. There you go. Let's see. That feels a bit more acceptable as release notes when it's not been a year out. Well, I mean, that's the thing. We did actually get a lot of major updates with 2.0. They definitely majorly improved it. Now, that said, it should have been this way when the game released. I liked the game when it released, but it definitely had a lot of problems. And it's still not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But this feels more in line with like what City Skylines 1 is nowadays, so far as like things are mostly going well. So we've got schools and all that. They want lower density lower density housing, which isn't helping much. I can try to pressure them out there by getting rid of some of these houses and all that, but I really don't want to do that. That's a dangerous gambit to take, because that's where you can easily go, oh, okay, I'm just going to kind of adjust some people out of here, and then suddenly you're dealing with all sorts of problems because you shoved a bunch of people out of the way. All right, so that cut our stuff by 400,000. Yeah, so most of our people are now falling in the educated to well-educated categories. Which we're working on making that even better. But that's a whole thing. You're getting some industrial demand. Do we have anyone actually using the subway? Passengers waiting. 24. Passengers waiting. 2. Not really. The use is pretty mild. We've got our wonderful lines of trees everywhere. Some of them are still growing. Some of them are dying. Why are you dying? What is happening on this main drag that I am missing that there's dead trees here? Did they burn down? Is it a pollution thing that I've just been missing out that our pollution is starting to build up? Where are we at? Ground pollution, we're good. Air pollution, we're good. Noise pollution shouldn't be affecting trees. Water pollution, no, that's fine. I don't know. Happiness-wise, people are just generally happy throughout the entire area. Land value-wise, we're starting to get land value building up in some of these areas. Like, I definitely see being near the central bank and all that boost your land value. We also have down here starting to get some buildup of land value as well, because we got schools and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be densely zoned. Very weirdly, that speck of land right there, primo. I don't know why, it's between 2 railroad tracks, but primo. I'm wondering if what I do as a stopgap to help encourage growth, we do some mixed zoning here and here. Let's do some mixed zoning on this side. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and keep the dense commercial. Because my hope is, with some mixed zoning there, we might convince a few people to move in there for the medium density, with the intention of eventually it being high density, and that will potentially be a way for us to go on that. In the meantime, I wish you could still show me the zoning and that at the same time. Oh, that's the desirability. What I wanted to do is be able to see the area between, like, run trees in between, but that's fine. We can deal with that later. They'll be very, like, hardly noticeable trees because there will be just surrounded by large buildings. But yeah, so it's just slowly trying to build up a dense area over there. It's going to take a little work. It's going to take some finagling to make it happy. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and look at our police. That's not police. Police coverage. Our police coverage gets pretty bad when you get way out here. That's fine. We've been meaning to build a police headquarters as well. And being in the nice part of town, you get everything you want and more. So let's go ahead and put the helipad here. And I don't think we need the other stuff yet. But just like that, this area should be even nicer because it has direct access to law enforcement as well. That whatever you need, emergency services right there. The only thing they're missing is their own hospital. I'm not sure I'm ready to throw, like, an entire hospital just for that area. The hospitals are freaking expensive. But, that said, there certainly could be an argument for it. This is almost capping out its number of vehicles, and if I have them running all the way to the opposite side of city, as it grows, that is probably going to actually be a problem. So I can see putting the ambulance up here. If nothing else, this will still help support the rest of the city because we can get onto the highway very quickly, get to where we need to go. Versus getting, you know, bogged down in the downtown area over here. I think it's going to be one of those things that we're just going to see that first high density pop up, and then there's going to be other businesses popping around to support it, and it'll just, this whole area will grow relatively quickly. Oh, we already got the mail routes set up? Yeah, we already got mail set up. Alright, fine. Medical. At 1.8, we get the hospital. We'll shove that over here. We'll end up needing to make a road that goes this way sooner or later. And we'll probably put, like, mail sorting. The whole idea is we want all of this here, we can. We'll need to eventually rework this intersection to be higher throughput as well. But for the time being, it's relatively okay. It should be alright. Okay. Yeah, and we got a lot of jobs available, and just not enough people to work them. That's the reason I'm surprised we're running into such issues. Now, part of that could genuinely just be we're not getting enough at the higher education levels. So if we do get the Geological Research Center, that will improve our college graduation rate, which should help with the education levels in the city, as well as our ore and oil deposits. But that's also $2.5 million, which is going to take some work. We also are right up against the fence of what our elementary school can handle. So we're dealing with that yet again. We got a bunch of places where trash is piling up. What's going on here? So the recycling center is processing at speed. It's got all that. All of its garbage trucks are out doing their thing. That's fine. We'll get all that sorted. So in the interim, we're kind of just waiting for either the next milestone to happen to get our money sorted out, which we did. We did cut pretty deep into our money we were making on taxes by cutting the taxes. We haven't really seen a lot of growth out of that in the residential. So that might be something I just say, never mind returning the taxes back up. And the fact that all the low density is pretty much perpetually at wretched. Whereas the higher density... Okay, so this area actually officially moved from comfortable to wealthy. So we now have this area is wealthy and this area is wealthy. This area is comfortable. I don't think anyone lives up here, so it technically doesn't have a rating. Whereas all the low density out here, all of it's wretched. Which I find curious that no matter what I seem to do, the low density is almost always at wretched wealth. And this right now, again, there's no residential yet, so it doesn't have anything. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and turn up the taxes. It didn't benefit our growth, and so I've decided all taxes shall be raised. And they should think about this in the future when they don't grow my city, is that in the failure of absence of growth, taxes will be increased. This is an infinite growth kind of area. I don't care if it doesn't make sense. I don't care if it doesn't work out. That's just the way we're going to roll. Alright, meanwhile, let's go ahead and get some more... Oh, I didn't need to make it that wide. In hindsight, I shouldn't have done it that way, but that's fine. Basically, I only need one full space between the building. I can't really tell what's happening right now. We'll just... Yeah, it's like, it got like weirdly off the grid or whatever. I'm not sure that'll be wide enough now. We'll check. No. Because I do want just enough space that we could do our tree nonsense. It's also a way to like force me to put a little bit more, just the tiniest bit more space between intersections. And that does help prevent cascading traffic just a little bit. I'm not going to surround the whole building. I'm literally just going down this side of the road. Because again, it's got a pretty steep incline. So covering it with trees does, one, help hide it, and B, just makes it look a little bit better. Okay. And when those fully grow, it'll be harder to see that weird rusting. The taxation continues until morale improves. You understand, you get it. You get the way this works. You just keep taxing until people are happy. Eventually you'll get there. Hey, look, I'm even getting XP because my people are so happy. Alright. So it looks like we're doing pretty well on all of that stuff. What was the other building I was going to build? I know we had the hospital on the list to do. The hospital. Oh, right. We were talking about doing the geological research building. Because if I do the geological research building, it boosts the college graduation rate in the entire city and gives me a little bump in my raw materials. So we're just kind of waiting that out, which is part of the reason we increased our taxes, is to bring that number back up. Oh, we finally reached the point that we are actually not producing enough grains to support everything. So I am going to need to find a new agricultural place to expand that industry. That said, we are still dealing with a huge deficit in the number of jobs filled, which is why I was like so surprised about the residential thing. Is we're making like a really nice place to live, and yet we can't seem to really get people to pop in there. All right. Yeah, so we got tons of different things about different zoning and all that. We could deal with that over time. And I believe this is our grain farm, like right smack dab in the middle of the city, because that's where the fertile soil happened to be. If I was to go after some more fertile soil, where would be the place we would do that? So, like, I've got multiple spots in this area that we covered up. Not really helpful. We got easy access to that one. This is a very small spot, so not particularly useful. It is already in our territory, though, so I could literally just plug a dirt road up there and be done with it. We do have another set right down here, just one tile out from where we're already building that could just bring a road over as well. So honestly, we got a lot of spots we can use. Like, that's right at our border. That's right at our border. This one's right at our border. Probably this one's the easiest one to get at. Build, like, the main building there. Scoop that all up. Hook up a gravel road that just goes with the other... Well, I mean, probably... It doesn't even matter. Hook up a gravel road to go with the other industry. Keep expanding the industry as much as we can. We are getting some demand for industry as well, so... what would it cost me to set that up? Honestly, probably just one extra tile. I still think I want to do the geological survey building first, because I think getting all those extra college-level education people will boost the overall city wealth a little bit more. It'll make it easier to fill higher-end jobs, those kind of things. And then, like, again, they give me the resource bonus, so they're also going to give me more oil and ore and all that. I just keep waiting for that first of any of the residential in here to pop. And it'll slowly build up from there. Yeah, so we could sit there and potentially put, like, a major thing like a soccer field or whatever. Oh, we have a grand hotel. Indoor recreation. How much are you? Oh, 1.6? Okay. Or a giant botanical garden. So the botanical garden is an absurdly high amount of recreation. That's plus 100. And it makes the area extremely attractive. Okay. So we build the geological building, then we turn around and we build the botanical garden up here somewhere. And that should be a way to draw in a ton of people. So you could see it being one of those things that we build this block out farther and show the botanical garden over here, build it up here somewhere, kind of in like the T where I can't really fit buildings elegantly anyways. You know, literally just shove it in here. The only problem is my fear is if it's a high traffic location, that is going to cause like huge amounts of pedestrian traffic here, which would be a problem. Versus if I shove it way over here on the end, it'll probably be easier to manage. So the botanical garden, I think, will be the next big investment after the geological survey. And then we're still talking about maybe putting a hospital up here for long-term growth. It is nice that I'm not really seeing much in the way of traffic jams here anymore. Like, I'm not seeing the traffic jam icon here. Because this is always a road that backed up. And, like, don't get me wrong, there's a little bit of traffic here. But not like we've been seeing. So it definitely feels like as we've expanded our highways and all that, and we've expanded the subway system, it has alleviated some of that. I don't believe it's going to be, like, fixed right now. But, oh, hey. Well, I mean, it's more businesses. I mean, maybe they're excited about someday... Well, actually, were these mixed zoning? No, the mixed zoning was over here. So we're getting a lot of commercial building up in here all of a sudden, which that's an interesting thing. That's a lot of business moving into an area that does not have people living there. Okay, and also while we're here, Give a U-turn over here. Give a U-turn over there. Give a U-turn over here. Give a U-turn over there. Just on the major road, giving places for people going potentially the wrong way. A way to quickly be like, never mind, I want to go the other way. Okay, so we did get a lot of commercial moving into the area. Apparently TikTok said it's done for the night. It's like, you're inactive. We've shut you down. It's like, okay, whatever. I'm not going to fight with it and, like, reconnect and restart that. It's so annoying that because I do longer streams, it just drops me sometimes. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's also such a bizarre thing that they kind of want you to, like, talk in chat on TikTok, which just feels weird to me. That, like, okay, I'm streaming, but let me hop into my own chat and have a conversation in my own chat, like, in text, while I have a microphone and people are able to hear me. Okay. Sure, I guess. All right, we're getting close to getting our geological research building. And I think that's going to get plopped down right here with the rest of this stuff down in this area. Again, just like make this like the education corner for all that kind of nonsense. Because we got the subway and all the parking and all that feeds in the area. And it would appear that we are maxing out the parking down here. Which I'm fine with. Yeah, so it's 2.5. And it's also going to be 3,000 XP towards the next level up or whatever. That almost leveled us up, and that should boost our graduation rate in the entire city and our natural resources. So what I don't know is, did that like make the natural resources just bigger in area? Or how does that even work? It's fine either way. I'm also noticing it does seem like this game isn't like the other one. So the other City Skylines game, you would sit there and over time you'd slowly deplete the stuff like the oil and the ore, and it would just be a thing. Hey Tornado, how you doing, friend? You having a good one? It's just chilling in the outskirts, doing its thing. Yeah, so everyone trying to get to the college campus is currently overwhelming our parking. That's fine. When we hit 200,000, we'll go ahead and put down our parking station. As long as you keep maxing out my parking down here, I'm just gonna keep on building. I am totally fine with that. Eventually, there will be a need for not as much parking. But as I mentioned many times before, the idea being the more cars I get off the road, the better. Plus, that's only 200 spots per garage or whatever. So just this campus handling 2,000 students, you could have 10 parking garages right along this thing, and if assuming every single person parked here and went to school, you would be at about capacity. Yeah, so they filled up all the high-density commercial. Like, it's filled. The high-density commercial is sorted. So we are just waiting for either the medium with commercial to move in. We could potentially choose the So apparently, the low rent housing. We can plug that in for right now. We're just trying to get that very initial nudge into the area. Once we get that, we're going to be good. I just got to get people moving into that. The problem is they all want low density right now. Hey, that's not what I want. Could you not turn your car sideways and catch fire? That'd be lovely, actually. I prefer my highways with less fire on them. And also, what is happening downtown that... we're having a traffic jam again. Because there's a billion people moving around. Alright, so we got ourselves up to a huge city. So, what do we got now? So we don't care about the bridge. So, some of the things I'm debating is getting the industrial waste processing building. We could get the radio telescope and the large hadron collider. So that'll increase the number of people likely to graduate, and it will create a higher demand for offices. I don't think those are important right now. The airport might be worthwhile. I can also see the large sports arena and tourist attractions being worthwhile. I'm leaning towards either doing this set. I can also go for the hydroelectric damage is, damage too, so I could probably do both. I am very much leaning towards okay, we have the research institute. I'm leaning towards the education route or the recycling center. So if we did that, that's 10. I would have 4 points left over. And that would let me also get the radio telescope, but no hydroelectric. That's probably the right decision for right now. So boom, and boom. And then the education, boom, and we're out of points. So with this, we can get the rate. Oh my god, it's 3.2 million. That'll be a 5% in chance increase. Well, a +5 university graduation chance, which will be big. And then the other one is getting the industrial waste, which, my god, is 6.3 million. But the advantage of this one is when you do the industrial waste processing, it will actually go and take a bunch of the dangerous substances and produce goods from that. Alright, well that's not going to happen anytime soon. That one's obnoxiously expensive, nowhere near the priority. But we will go for that the radio tower soon. And just like before, we're going to use it to boost our education. Can you explain the bus system? You can't get it right in your game. So I don't have a bus system in mind, but usually it works the way as some of the others. So you'll have your bus depot. So in this case, pretend our sub-yard is our bus depot. Basically, that just unlocks the ability to have buses whatsoever. So if we were to go into here, into the bus depot, we plunked that down, I would get all my bus stuff unlocked. From there, what I end up needing is I need to put the bus signs up. So you choose bus sign and put them in like a handful of places that I want them. You could make different things like bus routes or whatever. You can have bus shelters. And all these are places that you can ultimately have people stop. And then you need to grab this tool on the far right that says bus line tool. And if we actually look at my subway system, which I do have hooked up, if I choose the right thing, if we look at this, it's kind of hard to see, but you see these green lines moving between stuff? That's a line. So the way it works in City Skylines is you'd choose like your various bus stops, and you'd click by one of the bus stops, and you'd click by the next one you want them to go into order, and then the next one, and the next one, and and then all the way back to where you started, and it would make a loop. So then once you've got your loop set up, we can just go to my transit routes. Once you got your loop set up, I can go here and just say, okay, here is my main loop for my subway. You can see like the green road, like the subway route underneath the road. It's kind of hard to see, but you can actually go and it'll show you like all the how many passengers are waiting at each stop, which I have a lot at every single stop. But oh man, I need to be able to have more vehicles on this route. But yeah, so it's mostly that, like, grabbing and, like, clicking on one stop, then the next stop, then the next stop, then the next stop, and then looping them back with the line tool. But again, for buses, you'll be on the bus line tool. Now, if I remember correctly, under your advanced stuff, I can't remember where you get your bus lanes to show up. I thought, maybe I'm misremembering. I can't remember if it showed up here or over here that you could make bus lanes. Either way. But yeah, unfortunately I don't have one here right now, and we're saving up money for another thing, so I don't want to start digging into setting up my bus stuff. Because honestly, just trying to keep more cars off here. I prefer subways in the game. Trains in a pinch. I really want the residential to start building up over here on our next extension. Because while the buses will help with this traffic by cutting down the number of cars, it's still a vehicle on the road that tends to escalate. Oh yeah, we've hit that point where literally everyone's gridlocked because there's so many people trying to walk through this area that literally we're overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. So eventually the game will, like, unload some of the vehicles, and then suddenly everyone will scatter as they can finally walk through there again. Oh my god, will all loud noises go away? I want to look at this without the loud noises. Yep, so whatever vehicle just disappeared, and now you're watching all the people scatter. Like, that'll sort itself out, but we do have traffic problems. That's one reasons why this is all gradually built organically as things went along, not really planned. And this is one we're putting a lot of time into proper planning, and just we're waiting for that initial growth to start kicking off over here to start building that out more, and gradually grow our city into more areas. This would be like your old town in a city, and then, you know, this is like the new development where they're expanding the downtown area or whatever. Or sometimes you just have that green field where, like, we're gonna go build a resort area or, like, a business hub or whatever the draw is for your city over to there. I think it's we finally hit the point that our subway can't handle the number of people we've got going through here. And because of that, we are just absolutely bottlenecking. That's what I think is happening. And that's why all of this is terrible, is because that's the main way in. That's the reason I need to get away from this area, because fixing this is knocking down a bunch of buildings and rerouting highways and, you know, changing our transit infrastructure. That'll be a major overhaul of that area. To the point, I'm better off making a new area and then slowly chipping away at this to fix it. Like, it's not... It's real problems you deal with in, like, real cities of just... You just can't unilaterally go into a place and just fix all the things. You know, there's buildings and all that there. And just rerouting roads is not a minor deal. Alright. So we're not going to keep low-density residential here. I'm willing to zone it for just the initial growth. I will be getting rid of it. But I'm just trying whatever I can to, like, just start the process of getting that growing. One of the big ones will be opening a botanical gardens over there should blow up the recreation for the whole area. Yeah, instantly gridlocking again. What about you? You still filling up? Yeah, so all of our parking structures over here are filling up. Yeah, so I actually have plenty of ambulance. It's just as long as this traffic is a problem, all of our ambulances are stuck in that traffic right now, as well as some of our garbage trucks and all that. That's gonna be a problem that we'll have to sort out. And there's cheesy ways you can just go, like, toggle that to effectively erase the traffic for a moment to let everything catch up. But it is already culling vehicles, because it only allows so many vehicles on the road. And a lot of that is the sheer number of pedestrians here. You know what's something that could probably help with this I should have done forever ago? So we can go back there. We can go here. Remove that crosswalk. So that means I'll have to walk all the way back here and out. But that should at least get those cars trying to go in here, give them a little bit of mercy. Okay. Alright, well, it won't let me rebuild the old mill. So it's gone forever. Mostly because I don't want to look at that icon blinking all the time. Alright. Yeah, so it's starting to clear up. It's got a ways to go. But that'll help. What really needed to happen here is we really did need, like, where we have the overwalking bridge. I needed that to go to the other side of the road here. Which is part of the reason when you look at our new area, we've got these over road things. Oh, hey, look at that. We're seeing, like, a legitimate amount of, you know, people going in and out of the subway now. All to support the local businesses in the middle of this area. So there's no residential here yet. Like, we've got it zoned, but no one's built a house. This is just a ridiculous number of businesses selling, like, convenience food, paper, electronics, beverages, like, all this kind of stuff. Oh, look at that. We put those low-density houses, and they're all popping in now. And my hope is that'll start building up the land value here, and then we'll get the medium density and then the high density, and we'll slowly start rolling it over into being, like, you know, the very big downtown area. Honestly, now I think about it, nah, we won't make these pedestrian roads. I was like, we could make this pedestrian roads. I'm like, well, if I was gonna do that, I would want to force all the main traffic on this road. So with that, with them moving in here, we should start seeing our parking garage getting some parking in it. They'll start attending the local schools here, which will help out a bunch of that. That also gives me more tax money, which is always a plus. Okay. Yeah, so what should happen is we'll get those low-density buildings in here. That'll be some people local working in the area. And as I mentioned, it should help increase the land value up here, which should ultimately allow us to get some of the higher density. We're just hoping to draw more people in. We are having a steady increase in population, which is good news. That said, our poor school system. I need another elementary school. Like, I just endlessly need elementary schools. No matter how many I build, I need another elementary school at all times. We're getting there, though. I can also potentially see just putting, like, random, like, small subdivisions, like low-density subdivisions that wouldn't really have great support or anything just off the highway for right now. So just kind of, like, really stuff out in the outskirts. I can even see, you know what we're going to do? This is not a good idea. But aesthetically it works. just have ourselves a very low density area of town. These will definitely have a wealth of wretched. We are going well outside of the area, well outside where there's any really good jobs and all that. And just shoving down like this really, really broad out there low density population. Out by the industrial area. Well, not the... So this will be the EU zoning. The speed at which they have filled up this is absolutely absurd. And what services are they going to get way out here? None. That's the whole gimmick. They are out in the boonies. They're too far away from everything. Anything, like if it put infrastructure way out here. I also find it amusing that this house is currently under construction and they're complaining that the rent is too high. Okay. Okay. Not sure what you want me to do about it. I don't have the ability to just say, no, your rent's less. So in the meantime, what we'll do... We're gonna grab this. Somewhere around here, we'll attach that up here. And so what I could do from that. Actually make the two, let's like try and make it match up with the style we use for the other one. So around here. Then just like the other one, we will do that. Okay. Then one way in, one way out. I'm not going to worry about doing too much of that. The reason I'm building that here now is just with the intent of turning around and I need another school and all that to satisfy our elementary school needs. So I'm going to go ahead and just use that as where that's going to happen. These will probably be very similar districts and all that. But what this does mean is I can pop in here where we're not meeting our needs for elementary schools. We can go right in here and say, expand the school, have a playground. And I should have gone and done the overpass, like the overhanging walkways over the area. I'll deal with that in a minute. There, we got that along the side there. Okay, so basically it's just adding another elementary school to expand our school stuff and again draw more value up here and try and keep that moving. We're still waiting on being able to build the radio telescope, which is 3,200,000, 3.2 million. Because honestly, with as much as things are struggling down here, I would genuinely expect people to start ditching town down here. Like, people are dying in the main part of the city because of all the traffic issues we've got going on now. Like, trash isn't being picked up fast enough. The pedestrians are just overwhelming everything. But it is what it is. We're probably also hitting a death wave so far as people aging out as well. And how goes our finances, by the way? Finances are doing pretty solid. 1.4 million per in-game month. And that's the profit, not the revenue. So yeah, so we've moved our elementary school education back into the okay-ish range. Not good, but okay. Because you find it helps a lot to get the pedestrian ways to cross without blocking traffic, where you can manage it. Yeah, and that's we've been doing that a bit better over here. We've got like overpass kind of things, but we haven't developed this area yet. The issue we're kind of running into down here is to fix a lot of this. I got to move subways and parking areas. Actually, we can actually move that one relatively okay right now, just with the way things have adjusted. So we can move you over one. Could probably adjust that a bit. We'll start this from the other end. Stop showing me the zone. So we can start this from over here. Okay, so what's going to end up happening here is we're going to do some finagling with this overhanging bridge system here. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to, as low as we can, put a pass here. And here. We're gonna see what we can do. Can I get... No, I can't get that down low enough, fast enough. So that takes care of that end and that end. So we've got that on, so we got the connections on the far end here. Now the trick is going to be getting a connector here. So I'm going to probably get rid of one of the, well, no. I also am surprised to see there's still crosswalks there. There's not really room to connect them to the middle area. That's the catch. Now what I could see doing is, what we could try doing is grab the crosswalk and take it out of the intersection here. And put the crosswalk way back over here in the middle area, so it's not compounding the traffic there. Because there's nothing along the middle part here. All those buildings are facing this road. So in theory, there's nowhere for them to, you know, cross here. They do go up there and cross, and that's all pedestrian walkways and all that, so that's going to be, or pedestrian roads, so that's just going to be backlogged and all that. But the hope here is, now with all those people not crossing here, we should see an improvement there. Now one of the downsides, you're going to have a lot of people walking past this parking to reach the crosswalk way back here. But I think that'll help. And now it's just a matter of pulling into the pedestrian roads, which has a lot of benefits, but unfortunately with the traffic of vehicles just going through, it's a whole problem. But that should help. If nothing else, it'll delete all the cars that were trying, well, all the cars and people trying to go on that previous route, since I've rerouted it. Oh man, the one student taking a taxi all the way to the elementary school. Considering our city, we have a ordinance that says no taxis for under 50 bucks. Basically, if you're gonna have to do a taxi, it's gotta be a long drive. We don't want those taxis on our roads. And despite doing that, we've got an obnoxious number of taxis on our roads at all times. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Still a lot of demand for commercial. Which I have mixed zoning in the other block over there. I could also see potentially having a walkway that goes up and over this area from one block to the other. I'm gonna try and keep it so I have like a little bit of spacing between this and the intersections, just to give me room for that type of growth and all that. Because that'll make it so I can deal with that. Still no parking over here. But we do have cars showing up in the area now. We do have students getting to these schools. Literally maxing out these schools. And we gotta get all that sorted out. So my hope here is, as the sorts... Okay, so we're not even seeing cars back up here at all. We are seeing a little bit of traffic just for them trying to get into the parking garage here. But that's okay. And that's probably because when we moved it, it probably reset the cars, so it's trying to shove 200 cars in there real fast. Don't make my subway station the location for a crime. Come on, man. All right. Yeah, so it's still considered wealthy here, despite the fact that half the town needs to be moved into hearse. So like I said, should be improving as those cars all settle themselves in. Especially considering we don't actually have... Like, we only have half of our hearses out right now. So I'm curious about why we have so many here and not even sending all our hearses out to go get them. Okay, and our profit margins are slowly declining. Why are our profit margins declining? So unemployment has gone up a little bit. The jobs are still well ahead of the number of people who need work. We've got some crime. What probably has happened is just all of this being all out of sorts because of the traffic. We're probably feeling the repercussions for that. Because I'm not obviously I'm not observing a very strong here's why. Oh, our power availability has gone down considerably. Is my power plant on fire? Additional turbine will increase the amount we put out. Okay. Yeah, so we just increased our power output a tremendous amount. That should help, because that means we'll trade more away. But yeah, no, it looks like we were starting to push our power limit. I mean, I guess we did add almost our 10,000 people onto our population, which is why half of this is all just burning down over there, as it's... Those people have been showing up over there. Alright, chat. Well, I need to use the restroom real fast. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to take a quick, like, couple-minute break real fast to use the restroom, stretch my legs, grab myself another drink, and then I'll be right back. In the meantime, thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. Like, the physics don't even know what to begin to do with. We're just, like, corkscrewing and spot. Alright, Train, I presented you a nice large target. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. Alright, and I am back. Sorry about that. Just needed to grab myself a new drink and needed to use the restroom. Silly biology and needing my basic attention. How dare. Alright, so far we got everything going. We don't have much demand for anything. Oh, wait. Unreliable mail service. Poor garbage services. High noise pollution. So we have unreliable mail service and the poor garbage service are our new ones. Realistically, that's boiling down to just the fact... Yeah. So I think it's just the fact they've had so much traffic. Yeah, you can see all of our mail trucks getting stuck in the traffic here. That has begun to cause that to get worse. Honestly... Oh my god. I appreciate that you're all working out, like every one of you. But, you cannot pile on top of each other while you do it. That is a very, very, very busy outdoor gym. I like this part of town. It's quieter. For now. So one of the ways I used to do this in City Skylines 1 was I would have my zoning here of like the buildings, but what I would end up doing was say like we had the walking path here. What I'd actually do is instead of going over a lot, I'd have like the elevated walkway that would cut just like it just bisect this middle area where there's nothing going on. And it would just be at the corner, so like not all the way up on the edge, but it would go down from there. This would just cut across here. And you got the idea. And then you'd have like the elevated crossway that just kept going kind of thing. And it was really, really, really powerful to do that. That you'd really just massively see the number of cars in the road disappear. This design here definitely is not as good as it. And I could switch it. But I'm also just kind of like, alright, well, what do I want to do for all that? Because I kind of like the idea of putting the trees along the, like, the vertical or whatever. Having the cover, like, the overhanging walkways in between. Yeah, so I think what we're at is honestly letting our traffic get itself sorted out. And once that happens, okay, so we got, for a humble toaster and self-organized sock drawer, this factory makes everything that runs on electricity. Okay. So we got ourselves another one of these, like, prefab industrial buildings. I'm down for that. Cool. I don't know what I did to unlock that, but it also increases our college graduation chance and the industrial efficiency throughout the city. Neat. And our recycling center is actually starting to almost reach the its capacity, which is a little concerning. I can expand the ability for it to process pollution, so that'd be about just under a 10% well, no, almost a 20% expansion on what it can produce or what it can process. And this would increase its, you know, storage on site. The other option would be to set up something over here. Like over here and be like recycling center over here. The problem is the recycling center gets lots of pollution. So I'm down to put that somewhere. Honestly, what we could do at this phase is literally have an exit that's just for the garbage stuff, so it's not locked into one area of city or not. Like where you got like all this really good stuff, literally just have one exit that's what the exit is. The exit is just the recycling center. And so you can pop onto this major artery, you can pop onto that major artery. You can go wherever it needs to go. Versus right now it's all going in and out through this road. I mean, it does seem to be keeping up. It's mostly just dealing with the traffic around here. That's fine. They'll cut the other side of the road. It won't make that much of a difference. You don't need to exist there. And you don't need to exist there. Alright. Yeah, now that that parking garage is full, everyone is driving through. It's just all this high density back here is what's killing this whole area. But if it were just knock it down, it would go to being no longer economically sound. So we're just struggling with that a little bit. The trash is the big one. Because that's causing a lot of our issues. We got all these important buildings with trash pileup. We also have traffic over here. That's to be basically refilling all this parking, isn't it? Not even refilling. The parking is full. They're trying to park in full parking. Here, let me help you out. What if, hear me out, we had another parking lot? I'm gonna have like an exit before here. There'll be another row of parking lots at the rate we're going. I've been tempted to increase the price in the parking, but I kind of don't because again, the more cars I get off the road, the better everything is for everybody. So it's like, you know, it's a calculated expense, as it were, however you want to phrase it. But it's getting a little bit silly, the sheer amount of parking we have down here. All right, I'm gonna make some decisions here. We've been keeping this pedestrian roads because I like pedestrian roads, but I think for this main avenue, they're gone. They're just gone. No more pedestrian roads. You just gummed up traffic too much. I'm sorry. You don't get to walk in the road anymore. You walk in the road in your little side streets, but that main road, you need to get off of it. Where's the subway entrance? There it is, way back there. That's another thing that could also potentially help with you just moving that subway entrance a little bit. Let's also go on this main road now we've done that. And there is going to be no parking on either side of this road. Don't even think about it. Other roads, sure, we could talk about it, but this main avenue here, where everyone's getting backed up, no cars. Sorry, no parking. This is a no parking road. Go use a parking garage in the subway like everyone else. Gotta love the traffic simulator. Yep. I mean, the big thing that's happening right here is everyone's crossing to get to this outdoor gym, which, you know, good on them, I guess. And then they're trying to go up this way to cross all the way down here. And then they're kind of just dispersing all over the place from there. And that taxi's glitching. Yeah, it's really looking like I need to have the overhead walkway here. Are those ambulances? Yeah, we got a bunch of ambulances zipping around. It's a big city, so we got a lot of people. We also have like a lot of sick people and stuff going on here because emergency services is struggling to keep up with everything back here. Mostly because of the traffic, not even their own availability. But the traffic has just gotten so bad in a lot of these parts of town. I'm suddenly feeling like I should go back to like my old style of yeah, we probably should. So like putting yeah, getting enough that we can like put an overhead walkway. And then just like connecting it like straight across like this kind of thing. And then having like split off points where we would connect out to different areas. I think I'm gonna do that. Because if I don't do that, I'm just really worried what's gonna ultimately happen is we're just gonna be running into that same problem here. I did deliberately leave the gap so I can make those kind of changes though. So we're a little bit more future-proofed over here versus I've got a gap here for this road, but everything else is bunched right on top of each other where I got to start chopping apart neighborhoods and all that to make it happen. I also can't build it over top some of these buildings. And it's all because of the high density way back here. Alright, new plan. No, we already have it turned on. Never mind. It's gonna be like, hey, don't come back here unless you got a good reason for doing so. Just all the cars going in here. Where are you going, by the way? You're just going to the random building back there. That's fine. We don't have these connected where they branch over, because that'll just cause even more traffic pain. Because then you'll have through traffic in addition to everything. This is a big reason for traffic, is this subway exit is the main area for the entire high pop area, or high density area. So you can see the sheer amount of pedestrian traffic racing around here. Like that stop, literally this route here. Is it Route 3? No, it's not the one. Route 1 has almost 1,000 people currently riding the subway at any given time. Sometimes even more than that. We're just trying to get the simulation a moment to settle in with our changes to the... Oh my god, helicopters, please. Just trying to get them to settle the simulation for a little bit. Yeah, there's not really benefit to me crossing over this way, is there? It's gonna make that merge off here. Yeah, if these houses were all not packed in here, we could do a lot more, but it's so dense here. Let's try and cut back in some of these crosswalks. It'll make the few crosswalks we leave left even harder hit. But I do need the one crosswalk here. We'll skip that intersection. One crosswalk there. Keep the one here for the subway. And I think that once you get back here, it shouldn't be as big a deal. So we're gonna try and have less places that the people are crossing the road and just see how that goes. You know, it'd probably actually help putting a light here. Because with that, what should happen is they shouldn't just all cross at the same time. The car should get to go for a while, and then everyone scurries across at the same moment. Alright. I have no idea if we're making any meaningful progress there. And I have not been watching what's been going on here. So that crosswalk is being overwhelmed here is the big issue. This might be one of those situations where we get rid of the roundabout. And then again, we also pop it here. And put in a light just to kind of control the pedestrian movement more than anything. So that the pedestrians will wait at the corner until it's their turn. Then they can all crowd across. The vehicles can go for a little bit. I think it's still just too much traffic. Because this area is poor. Like, this area over here was not designed correct to begin with. And the big reason it had the problem there was just the fact that I forgot the medium density in this was like already talking 10, 20 floor buildings of apartments and all that. There's so many people trying to cross at all times. Yeah, so after that intersection, it's fine. It's just this one intersection. It does seem to be improving. We're not backing up nearly as far out here now. So it is slowly cleaning that up. But, you know, there is all that. And we still have people getting stuck at this crosswalk. Yeah, I don't have Dark Crossover over there, and I want to avoid that. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, this area got to rip that up in a big way to fix it, which is why I'm trying to get things moving out here, so I've got a lot more space to work around the problems we've been putting ourselves into. I'm also saving money up to get the what's it called? The radio telescope. To help with our graduation levels and all that. Now, I am noticing the number of hearses we need and the number of ambulances are going down. So it does seem like we are improving the overall city, city situation. It's just taking a while to fix because we like it that far out of whack. It's really kind of hard in, say, Skylines 2 to manage to keep things in good shape when you start pushing into the higher population. Yeah, citizen age-wise, this area is getting... They're in the later parts of adult going on to senior citizen. We got, like, pockets of senior citizens in here as well. So that's definitely one thing that's making it rough, is just we have a lot of people who are aging out, as it were. Yeah, so we're down just this little handful of hearses over here, and that's it for the hearses. Alright, what's your issue right now? Poor garbage services, that has to do with the traffic issue. Unreliable mail service, that has to do with the traffic issue. That's why traffic is such a killer. And to be fair, that's also true in real life, that traffic is such a killer of your city situation. Hey, Ahmed, how's it going? But it's just because it doesn't only cause traffic, but all your city services struggle. Your businesses all start to struggle. And it's just one of those things that cascades really hard. I don't know why they're unwilling to move into this area. Like, you've got this nice area. It's all zoned and ready to rock and roll. You've got, like, you've got schools just to yourself. Just genuinely a nice area. Cannot get people to move here. Oh yeah, the Grand Hotel, which gives us a bunch of indoor recreation, and the Botanical Gardens, which gives outdoor. That's the thing I want to do after the telescope, is I think putting the Botanical Gardens in this region here, as well as like the Grand Hotel, both of those should give us a lot of, like, make this suddenly the most valuable place to live in town. And just start drawing people away from here. And the plan would then be, over time, as this grows, we can start trying to go in and get the worst places out of here and slowly fix this area. Like, this will be our old town, and it'll get that sorted. Because part of that will be changing this from a T intersection to making an actual junction of some kind. Where these side roads are, the side roads are fine, they just need to be farther back. So they need to be something like this distance here versus that half distance. And that'll give it a little bit less tendency to have one cascade traffic there. Hey, look! This area is all cleaned up now. Who would have thunk traffic lights actually improving traffic patterns? And this is mostly sorted, so that's good news. And that's with our population mostly still going up. Oh, we got a car accident, which is currently upside down and actively on fire. Luckily, the fire department helicopter dumped water on it. All right. Okay, and so a lot of our negatives are going away. We still are showing as poor garbage services, but our mail has switched to reliable mail from unreliable mail, so that's good news. And our profit is still relatively good at 1.3 million per month. And that's because we did drop a lot from extra expenditures and all that. How is our parking going over here, by the way? Are you full too? No, but you're working on it. Just so much parking. Got to get your bills on time? Yep. Alright, so the hearse demand is suddenly spiked again. But that's, again, we've got an aging population. Just very genuinely, when we look at our population distribution for these areas, we pop in here, and we look at the seniors, and they're a pretty high percentage of the population. And we go to the other one over here as well. Same deal, we're looking at... That one's not as bad, but it's still a pretty good chunk. Pretty good chunk are senior citizens, so just... You know. Time be mean. Time be a big old jerk. I don't get why you're not sending all the hearses, but that's fine. How is our cemetery doing, by the way? You getting full yet? Nah, you're honestly just fine. Yeah, so I think, like, it used to be the death waves were extremely awful in the game. It does feel like they've done a lot to mitigate it, but you still have a lot of people kind of dying in a short period of time, which makes sense as your population just gets bigger and bigger. The rate people die by just the fact that you have more people will gradually increase and strain your services. Now, again, we're being strained mostly by traffic limitations. Could it not be the high traffic ban in those areas? The high traffic ban in this area? I mean, we're deliberately trying to not let the high traffic in here. Most of my other areas... So these two high density areas, we've turned on the high traffic ban to help with that. But they're the only two areas that have it. We did cut that back in a... Like, we did set that up because that was a way to mitigate vehicles going in here who have no business going in here. But everywhere else is just normal. And you'll notice we have this middle area is a different district. So this whole middle section is, like, has none of those restrictions. So it's only once you get back into that area does it start having the restrictions. But yeah, no, with high traffic, they can still go there. I think waves are part of the design, either intentional or bug. Oh yeah, but I mean, it's like a real thing that happens in real life. Is that you have, like, the issue was with, say, Skylines 1 and, say, Skylines 2 when it first came out, was the death waves were, like, cartoonish. That what would happen is when you had, like, say I build an area like this, and it's all high-density population, and it shows up at once. So suddenly 10,000 more people enter my city. With the way the simulation ran before, is almost everyone who came in there were, like, the same age. So what ended up happening is, you know, some amount of time would pass, and then suddenly, like, the entire population of this area with a little bit of fuzziness would all die simultaneously. And that's not exactly aligned with real life, because you're not going to have everyone showing up being, like, their 40s or 50s. It'll be like, you'll have some in their 40s, some in their 50s, some in their 20s. You know, there might be some that have a little bit more and a little bit less. So you have a much more gradual rate of people dying off and coming back. Like, not coming back, being replaced and all that. And that kills at a certain age instead of increasing the chance of dying. Yeah, that was the whole thing. So you'd have your bustling urban center just printing cash, and then suddenly everyone retires at the same time, and your economy collapses, and then everyone dies at the same time, which then completely overwhelmed your medical and all that. And then you'd suddenly have all of your schools that get overwhelmed, as you know, new families moved in, and then all had kids. And so you'd have this, like, hard ramp-up waves that it used to be kind of a gimmick in City Skylines 1 that you looked at this meter down here, the RSI meter, and you were like, whatever it says, don't do that. Because that was how you grew rapidly, and it was very much in City Skylines 1. It's like, no, you want a very slow, gradual growth to try and avoid the death waves thing. Of course, then you'd have a tsunami, and it would take you 20 in-game years to keep it from death waving, as, like, because over time it would gradually broaden the wave. But then if you had, again, like in a major event, like a tsunami that killed a large portion of your population, you'd be right back to square one of getting death waves. Alright, so we are getting close to getting that scope. We'd be making much better money if it wasn't for whatever we got going on with this whole nonsense. Because, like, we're not dealing with that much traffic. Like, we got some traffic going down this route out here, which is a problem. But the traffic's not been too bad once we get in there. And even then, I mean, we got some backups. So, like, we're getting traffic over here, which is probably what's hurting the crematorium, is this route over here. But we also have our cemetery, and that's been going well. Sure. Oh, that's a separate building. Yeah, I don't get space for that. It looks like it's all coming together, and that's kind of just all getting stuck again. Yes, this isn't backed up that far. Like, we got part of one intersection backed up, but it's not backed up onto the highway very far. It's just really this one little packet and just like the slow turnaround over here. This is backed up because it's dealing with parking. And you think in real life the sign would say full, and it's just like, go on, you can't park here. And I'm hesitant to just knock down another section and slap down another parking spot in this area. I probably should. The parking is maxed out. So we'll add in our parking garage right there and just see how that helps. How is my line of parking garages doing? Are you all almost full? Yes, you are. This one's just got a little bit more wiggle room in it. And then I'm going to make another road of them. And just see how many we can pile up back in that area, and then everyone takes the subway. Yeah, so what should happen is people should start piling into this parking garage. And the idea is to try and avoid having the vehicles go back here unless they need to. And there's no real reason to connect this farther that way. I could potentially have this one go over and drop down here to get people onto this side. I don't feel a real big need to do that. Because honestly, we have the crosswalks farther up. And neither of them are getting hit particularly hard. Alright, Harry, you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, you sleep well and all that good stuff. Yeah, so I think it's honestly partly a lack of parking. So, all these yellow cabs, I'm attributing partially to a lack of parking, so they're taking yellow cabs everywhere since they can't get close enough to where they want to be. And so they take a yellow cab instead. And everyone's backed up while that parking garage first goes into use. That's been something that typically we've seen, and then they balance out after a while. Like, one of the things I wish they had was, so with this overlay where it says parking, I wish we could see parking availability so far as, like, hey, you need, like, there are people who are going out of their way to park far away over here. I wish we had some visibility of like, hey, this is a good spot for parking. Because right now, this actually doesn't need much, because this area is all low density. And so, like, we even have a tiny little parking lot here, and it's not even hitting capacity. It's a little hit, but not high. Whereas we got this one over here, it's being hit pretty hard. Yeah, they're all piling in there as fast as they can. I'm just waiting for that housing to set up over here. Yeah, it's all of our medical and garbage getting back here. It's just this traffic. So it's also making me think, what are you? Oh, it's also making me think parking, because now that we put that extra parking garage, we're actually getting traffic going out instead of in. And they're trying to get that parking. So I probably just have way too little parking in such a densely populated area. So we'll get this set up. Once it's sorted out, we'll find another place to slam down some parking where it looks like it'll make sense. I'm going to try to avoid putting it way back here, because my fear is if I put it back there, we'll have traffic going through just to park there. I also don't want to just put like 8, 9 parking in a row out this way as well. Yeah, so I've got one on the other side of the road. It's full. You can probably pop over here. And add another parking spot on that side. Because that'll help service this area. And the more I keep just piling in here without going into all back roads should help as well. Because the main highway should still keep going across. And that'll be good. Alright. Okay. And unreliable mail services absolutely bottomed out. Poor garbage services going down, and that's all because traffic again. Like, we checked the mail service here. Like, all of our mail trucks are just sitting in traffic. Then we get the automated car spot. Yeah, I've got this over here. This is all going to be zoned high density. We've already got it zoned. We're just waiting for, like, that initial pickup. But we do have it. But the intention is once that our other stereo starts growing, I'm going to really have a lot of need for all of that. So you're almost full. And this isn't back too far. This is backed up badly, and this is the problem. This is where all the ambulances and all that are coming from. Because they go out this road, jump over here, cross over to hit the highway, and then they go in here, and they're just hitting this gridlock out there. But that should start to clear up relatively soon. Because even if nothing else, when this fills up, they'll stop trying to pull into that garage in any real frequency, and then that should clear up where this is bunched up. That's what I've seen every single time I build a parking garage for the first time. Everyone lines up until they get their spot in there, or it's full, and then things settle out. All right. How's this area doing over here? Yeah, wealth is wretched over here. That's not surprising at all. I'd be surprised if it's anything but that. There's no real, you know, businesses, there's no schools or anything out there. I mostly built this because they kept asking for like really low density. I'm like, alright, fine, I'll give it to you. You want low density? You can live out in the boonies with your wretched wealth. It's fine. Alright, so it's full, so they're no longer going through that way. They're gonna start routing through here. Now, hopefully we'll start seeing those ambulances and those hearses and all that get back in here, the garbage trucks and whatnot. and that some of this traffic will smooth out. Yeah, I am seeing the icons disappearing over here one by one. So if we look over here, what should happen is now that we've got a temporary reprieve of that. Yeah, so we are just seeing like there's icons there and there. Yeah, so you see them all dropping off. But the ambulances and the hearses and the garbage trucks are getting back there. And a whole new set appear. That's going to take a while to sort out. Assuming we can at least keep the traffic down for a while. I mean, we got some traffic loading up to that parking garage. That's fine. I just keep thinking, if you build like one house over here, you've got your local businesses, you've got your local schools, parking, you've got your own fire and all that over here. Like, it's really a nice area. I was going to build a park, but I think we're going to wait till we get the botanical garden and put that over there. Get that 100 or whatever it is outdoor recreation and just blow the whole area up. Yeah, so almost all the ambulance and hearse icons have disappeared from this side. It's just the trash now, which is playing catch up with all that. Because the trash ends up getting more against it than anything else. So hopefully we start seeing all those trash icons go. Meanwhile, the unreliable mail service has gone from -6 to -3. So that's slowly improving. The trash service is still just far behind. Not enough customers. That's fine, you'll figure it out. Yeah, so we've had a decent number of deaths recently, so our death rate is actually higher than our birth rate at the moment, which is the reason why we're seeing a population dip. People moving in and out, though, more are moving in than out, so that's helping stem that. And no more hearse icons whatsoever. All the hearse icons are gone, and I've got one ambulance here and one there. And then that'll be the end of the ambulance icons. There's that one, and just the one hind back there. So no more ambulances. We've caught up with all that. Well, okay, and one hearse icon up here, but that's going to happen. But now we're just waiting on the trash to pick up, so that'll be good. Mail is going to take a while to pick up because of just how much is here. But that's also one of the benefits now, is as we've got all those out, and there's the next wave of ambulance icons, that's fine. The point is now we're mostly keeping up with it. So that should, over time, that should fix itself. Because as we get all those extra ambulances and hearses off the road, they're not contributing to the traffic, which makes it so our mail and our garbage not stop appearing new ones. And I don't need a fire while this is going on that oh, it's a car accident, which is still a fire. It just makes another thing I gotta deal with. But yeah, so it should slowly sort out. And that's probably all these are popping up because all the garbage is getting people sick. Which, like I said, we're working on. Yeah, so that one's full. Yeah, and you're not using half your vehicles. That's what I really don't understand. We've got 25 vehicles and you're using only 11 of them. Despite all of this. That's what confuses me. Because there's not a point in me building another garage for more of them if you're not using what you already got. It's not like they're going... Well, I mean, they could max it out. Let's say... Let's see if it's just, I need more capacity. that if I put on more capacity, that's it. Okay, so they weren't sending everything out because this is getting too close to capacity. There is a good chance I might need to also add the hazardous waste collection point. If we have to, we have to. But yeah, so they just weren't sending out all the things because the idea is the trucks could fill up and there wouldn't be enough space when they got back. So that's good to know. I kind of wish there was an alert down here of some kind that they're like, hey, just so you know, your recycling center is kind of, like, it's kind of at capacity. Or even if not there, like here, when you look down at this section, it's like, can't send out more vehicles, not enough garbage storage or whatever it wants to use for its verbiage. I don't really care. But that should help a bunch. Now, I might need to go and add the extra building to make it process stuff faster. There's a very strong chance of that. But if I do, I do. The downside is every time I'm building one of those new things is ultimately reducing my funds towards going for our stuff. How are we doing money-wise? So we're down to just under $1 million made per month, and that's because this is all on fire. Very, very simply, this is all actively on fire because of trash backup and needing hearses and all that, so people are dying because of pollution and all that. We gotta get that sorted. The traffic should be relatively okay. We have a pretty large number of traffic going over this area. The parking garages are full again. Trying to see if there's another place I would have shoved another parking garage. Because over there is too far away to do anything. I'm debating over here along this corner. Just scooch it in enough that it's not knocking down those buildings as well. So much parking. There is a reality that most cities that aren't quote-unquote walkable cities are more parking lot than buildings. Which is one of the big problems is concrete doesn't breathe. So they just hold all that heat in and all that. It just creates a whole mess of problems. Sound reverberates way better off concrete than after trees and all that. Alright. So I'm really hoping our trash collection's starting to catch up. Choose one truck, see where they're at. Okay, so you're working on the industrial area, so let's not worry about you. You're in the industrial area. Alright. Yeah, so all of them are trying to get to one of the parking garages. It looks like probably that garage over there. One of these garages over here. Okay, cool. So you got past. You're basically empty. I'm really hoping it goes back into one of these neighborhoods that's overwhelmed. Yeah, it's exactly what it's doing. So it should be popping in here, picking a bunch of trash. Well, actually, it's getting way back here before it's finding any trash. So it looks like they are making good progress. It's just hard to see with all the hearse icons everywhere. Okay, so you're all full. Okay, so it looks like they are slowly catching up. They're getting this side of the town done more, but I'm okay with that. That's a higher population side of town. So the hope would be, as we clear up the trash, and we get all this cleared up, that should, again, stabilize us. We are getting a bit more money now than we were before. Unreliable mail service is still a problem, which is still boiling down to traffic, which, again, all of this is contributing to traffic. Yeah, so you can see the unreliable mail service is that area that the traffic's currently dealing with. Once you get out here, most of this is doing okay. but most of our mail trucks are getting into this area and then getting stuck. I just want that to be fixed. So one thing we could do, that'll eat into the free time a little bit. I don't know how much that impacts things, because they keep talking about, oh, free time and all that. I'm curious if we will see a massive, like, reduction that people are like, oh, I have no free time. If we'll see that help with the garbage service, because that's a high pop area, so that should help. So we still have abundance of leisure time +1, but we'll see if that changes over time. Because the thought with that is it should reduce our overall trash production as well. All trash. We've increased the capacity because I'm starting to feel like it's not holding up with that. I'm trying to not have to sit there and keep buying more and more and more stuff for my recycling center, but it is those things that we are hitting the point where it's filling up again enough that the vehicle count is going back down. So clearly the recycling center needs, honestly, plunk down a second one of you. Alright. So that means within a month, it can handle more than its storage can carry. So the hope is we'll be able to keep knocking that down to keep most, if not all, of the vehicles in use at all times. Because we need to keep up with that removing of the pollution, because it's everywhere now. Okay. Let's also check our water situation. Is our water still good, still safe? Okay, so yeah, so all the pollution going down there, that's fine. We're not pulling any water up from there. I was mostly worried about having the recycling center so close to our water intakes, the risk of potentially pulling in polluted water. I don't know what those hearts are about. Oh, the hearts are basically saying we've maxed out the happiness in that building? I mean, most of these areas are maxed out happiness, which is surprising considering they have trash piling up and people are dying en masse. But you never know. People have different standards, I guess. Alright, so we're hovering at about 18, 19 of those. So I'm hoping we'll sit there, because we are knocking that down gradually. I'm hoping the extra, like, 400 tons a month we're processing of garbage should allow that to go much higher, because we were only running about 11. So we're almost... Yeah, we're just shy of double now, because now we're up to 20, and I think it will gradually get ahead. Okay. Have we seen any change in mood about free time? Now, it still says +1 abundance of leisure time. And we've got reliable mail service again. The mail service is no longer penalizing us. So that's good news. That's more signs that our traffic is starting to settle a little bit more. And you're all backing up trying to go over to this road. Is that about parking in here? Yeah, that's everyone lining up to park in the next garage. How are you doing back here with parking garages? So you're still doing relatively okay. They're not being overwhelmed like they were before. All right, so it does at a glance feel like less trash icons. And for the record, the trash icons don't just decay as far as I'm aware. they will just stay until a trash truck gets there. Or the building burn downs. I believe if the building burns down, it'll also go away, or otherwise is destroyed. Okay. Yeah, so we got 21 cars out, or trucks. Yeah, so basically we're pretty close to at capacity. There's an animation time between them pulling in and out. So I could see that difference literally being the vehicles pulling in and out of the garage and conflicting with each other there. But they'll have a lot of catch-up because the blinking icons of the trash are just the ones that are overburdened. Whereas all of the buildings are still producing trash. And that's starting to back up over there. Yes, it is one of those things that when we fix traffic in one place, it usually will crop up somewhere else. So that's full up. All these garages are all full up here. So we're going to end up seeing those vehicles go to our places. That's almost cleaned up there. This has got a little bit more work to do, but that's almost fully cleared out. Alright. We're getting there. Hey, would you look at that? We now have like a full-on happy face. There's still a little bit more that needs to happen, but we got full-on happy face. The poor garbage service is still a pain. The mail is still on the fence going between reliable and unreliable. All that is traffic problems. But my belief of what will happen is once we catch up to our current existing trash problem, we should see the dip in traffic because of much fewer garbage trucks trying to play catch-up. We're not dealing with the whole fleet deployed at any given moment. And I think this is they're going back here to find parking spaces back here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and build our parking garage. And we're just going to keep doing that until we stop hitting parking capacity every couple minutes. Like we're just perpetually hitting parking capacity. Yeah, so I feel like when I make these areas back here, I very genuinely need to make like a block of buildings and have a parking garage for every like 2 blocks or something like that. It also feels like for every 2 or 3 blocks of residential, I need a dedicated school for that and all that. Like the infrastructure you seem to need in this game compared to the first one is pretty steep. It's definitely way higher than it was before. I just want to see all this settle down. It's getting there. Like, at least the ambulances and the morgue and all that, it does feel like, yeah, we see the icons pop up, but they usually clear it out pretty fast. And it's just the trash that's falling behind, which should be playing catch-up because we're getting more than double as many of the trucks out in the road now. The only catch is, if the traffic gets bad enough, it'll occasionally cull off the vehicles, and when it culls off your service vehicles, it means they stopped picking up, and you basically refreshed and started from scratch. Which can be a real big pain. Yeah, it's mostly cleared. That's getting there. Not very many buildings in the outskirts anymore, like the one off here and there, and some of the ones way out there. The school, or sorry, the government buildings don't seem to be getting any love, which feels like it makes sense. Yeah, we're not making as much money. How's our unemployment looking? It's very low. We actually have a much higher rate of jobs than we did earlier. We were at about 25 to 27,000 earlier. We're almost at 29. But we don't actually have that many more people working for it, which is, I think, boiling down to the education level, which is the reason why the priority has been to get this telescope up, because it'll increase the rate of people who pass university. And so that'll need way more people who are well-educated to hopefully fill in those jobs. But we've been in this, like, cycle of trying to fix this. And this is where I said this is going to keep being a problem at some point. At some point now. That's what it boils down to. We've reached some point where the traffic has just escalated. All that said, it is going to be about that time, chat, and I got a bunch of paperwork and all that I got to figure out before I have to go to a new doctor and everything tomorrow for stuff. So I got to get all that sorted out, because it is one of those things that it's early enough that they're showing up that I'm literally just staying up, going to the doctor, coming home, and going to bed. If stream starts a little late tomorrow, that's why. I don't plan to, but if I'm like dead tired, then I'll tweak the schedule for a one-off. With all that said, thank you so much for tuning in. What I'm going to go ahead and do now is don't go anywhere. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be abruptly ending for all of you because there's no rating over here. Over here on Twitch, we will be finding someone to drop a raid on. So if you'll just hang out for a moment, I'm going to remember to save my game. You can